Bueno, muy bienvenidos al VIVA25.
Welcome to VIVA25. Welcome to the most expected ultra event in Spain. Let's commence with a first panel, with a first roundtable, with a focus on a priority subject, one of the debates or discussions that do define us in our policies, a fundamental discussion to stay and remain who we are, a discussion, a debate that does identify us, patriots, worldwide. Kristen Zaccarelli is here with us. She is the director of the Global Coalition of the American First Policy Institute. We also have Porolan Lohnbauer from Austria, Deputy Governor, FPO. Oh, and we have Fabrice Leggeri, a courageous man that has put up a good fight, who experience the very details at a gut level in the European Union National Rally France. Welcome, all of you. Thank you very much for being here. I believe all patriot Spaniards are deeply affected as a result of Charlie Kirk's death, murder, a patriot, which sends a message through. We are now aware that being courageous politicians is dangerous, but we rest assured that we are brave enough in living up to expectations and building a fairer world for our children. We welcome you, Kristen, and we want you to tell us about policies with Donald Trump and his agenda, America First, concerning the protection of borders.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm just waiting on the translation. Thank you so much, everyone. It's an honor to be back in Madrid, and thank you for your question. Obviously, the America First agenda by the Trump administration, I think, has really taken the world by storm. The past 8-10 months, it's been a whirlwind of change, but very good change, and we've seen that especially with immigration, which is the topic that I cover at America First Policy Institute, which, if you don't know, is a Washington, D.C.-based think tank dedicated to advancing the America First agenda. And I think what we've really seen with President Trump are two big takeaways. The first is that, as they say, you can just do things. You can just secure your border, and you can have courage and political will, and it's not easy. But President Trump has shown the rest of the world that it is possible, and that you can fight the establishment, you can fight the forces of the left, and you can win. And it hasn't been easy, like I said, but in just around 8 months or so, we have secured our border. We've started initiating mass deportations. We've passed major legislation like the Lake and Riley Act to stop criminal aliens from harming American communities. And we've put our people first, and we've returned to accountability. And I think that's the biggest lesson that President Trump has shown the world, is that it is possible, and that with the right policies and the right political will and the right people implementing them, you can bring back your nation's sovereignty.
Muchas gracias, Kristen.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Kristen. Thank you.
La segunda pregunta para Fabrice.
Question number 2, Fabrice Leggeri from France. What alternatives do we have to the Pact on Migration and Asylum by von der Leyen?
Alors, les patriotes, merci en tout cas pour la question et merci pour poser les vraies questions fondamentales.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your questions. As far as borders are concerned, the Pact on Migration and Asylum by von der Leyen and the European Commission goes against any idea on border protection. And that's the message we're getting through from the US, from Donald Trump. Illegal immigration, illegal immigrants. We need to tackle that once they enter our territories. The pact suggested, proposed by the European Union, continues and ensures, gives continuity to the philosophy of NGOs across Europe. And behind that ideology, there is the idea that we are not morally entitled to prohibit, to not allow aliens, illegal aliens, to come through our borders. That's the pact behind the application of people in Europe asking for asylum. We know they will come illegally. They are not legal. So we may see people, traffickers, dealers coming in, drug dealers coming, and NGOs are supporting them, are helping them. The pact seeks to legalize something which is illegal. Besides, yes, I was the former director of Frontex, an agency I quitted because I was politically accused by leftist individuals of, and I realized that the Spanish government, Pedro Sánchez government, together with Podemos and other left-wing parties, did not want us to protect the Canary Islands with our planes or with boats near the African coast to prevent people from fleeing Africa and to prevent immigration from arriving on the Canary Islands. The pact is outrageous, absolutely, because it demands member states to make this arrival of illegal people to accept it, to make it legal, and then distribute them all around European nations. European Union nations are condemned to pay 20,000 euros every time they reject one of these illegal individuals coming into Europe or trying to have asylum status. So the alternative is very simple from us. Nobody will get anything in the European Union. No illegal aliens will be granted refugee status unless they do the bidding of our legislation, of our law, and the pre-requirement is to apply for asylum status, in their embassies, back in our embassies. And the Patriot group in the European Parliament last year passed the Declaration of Budapest. In that statement, we thoroughly described this alternative to the Pact on Migration and Asylum.
Evidentemente, aquí hemos vivido en España últimamente, además, pues en el Congreso de los Diputados, diferentes iniciativas para la regularización masiva de cientos de miles de personas. Como nos acaba de decir el señor Legueri, hay obligación por parte de este Pacto de Migración y Asilo, es decir, de von der Leyen, de llevar a cabo estas regularizaciones. Von der Leyen, que es del Partido Popular, por cierto, en España. Y a ver si Udo Landbauer puede contarnos cuál es la situación en Austria. Udo Landbauer.
I have an idea, just waiting for the translation. But let me first of all say thank you for the invitation. It's an honor for me to be here in Madrid, and congratulations to Santiago Pascal and the whole Vox team for the success you have the last years and for the great work you're doing for the Spanish people. It's nothing you can see everywhere. Migration policy since 2015, and especially the former German Chancellor Angela Merkel's statement, "We can do it," were the greatest transgression in Austria's recent history. Boundless mass immigration, the blind welcome policy and all its negative consequences, have dramatically changed our countries without the population ever being asked if they even wanted this, and that's very important. Our state's protective function has been abandoned, and we are all now paying the price. Our security, our identity, our self-image as a sovereign nation have been abandoned. And now, 2025, 10 years later, we must conclude that the multicultural experiment, the socially romantic dream of the "we can do it" movement has dramatically failed. The reality catches up with us every day, and with it come new victims of this irresponsible policy. We have to say that "we can do it" has become "we pay for it." We pay for it with the taxpayers' money, with the sellout of our homeland, and with the lives of countless innocent victims who are no longer with us today because Austria's and other governments had made the wrong decisions. And when you asked about the current situation in Austria, let me say it quick and sweet: 500,000 asylum seekers in the last 10 years in a state with almost 9 million inhabitants.
Madre mía. Para que luego digan que no es una invasión.
A genuine invasion, indeed. An invasion, no doubt. Open border policies, as Udo said, have taken a toll. Many victims, life sentences to many women, to many young girls in our nations. The summer in Spain has been really appalling for Spanish girls and women. Kristen, from your think tank, you are the director of the think tank. Could you please tell us if those policies have been seen at street level?
Sorry, again, just wait. Translation. That's a great question. Yes, thank you. And I think there's absolutely, I can see personally in my own life the way that the America First policies have direct implications for people just living their daily lives on the streets, which I think is one of the reasons President Trump's agenda is actually so widely supported, is because people really tell the difference when you have a closed border versus the open border crisis that we saw for the 4 years under President Biden. And actually what I think has made the biggest difference just in my own eyes has been, I live in Washington, D.C., in the nation's capital, whereas I think most people know we had a series of very strong changes the past month where the National Guard was brought in, and there were a lot more efforts to ramp up security, to stop the crime, and to really sort of pride ourselves on a capital that was beautiful and safe and welcoming. And I think just going out about my daily life and seeing these changes of a president that was willing to say something that we all knew, which was that our nation's capital was unfortunately just not being well kept, that there was crime everywhere, and that I think even 50% of the people that they arrested were actually illegal aliens. So knowing that these devastating effects were hurting my community, the place that I live, where I have my home, and then seeing that, that change after a very strong will from the president to be courageous and to implement what we all knew we needed, and then to see it with my own eyes was very, very attractive. But I think it's just a small sort of anecdote to how the entire country has really seen, imperfectly, of course, but seen the really positive effects of the America First agenda. I know with the immigration issue, which is what I do at AFPI, the securing of the border has resulted in a 94% of crossings and a almost zero number of releases in American communities, which those are numbers, but like I'm saying, these are real impacts on people's lives. When you can see in your community that there's fewer drugs, there's less crime, it's really something that I think people are still continuing to support, and realizing that this measure of accountability, this very simple idea that the nation's leaders should be accountable to their people is what works, and that's what we're seeing in the US. And I'm wishing well the movements all across Europe too that I think are adopting similar principles. It's really beautiful in my line of work to see, with international engagement, to see sort of different trends, especially in, I think, the whole idea of defending the West. Western civilization was born out of these beautiful ideas of faith and love of country and love of neighbor and duty and loyalty and sacrifice and heroism. And I think what President Trump has really brought back to the conversation is these ideas in politics. For too long, they were divorced, and we were talking only about politics in terms of management and technocrats and bureaucratic processes, but really that's not what it is, because we're people. And so we've seen this sort of civilizational awakening, I think, and I'm only hoping that it will continue to grow.
Muchas gracias, Kristen.
Thank you very much, Kristen. With the Trump administration, as is the case with patriot governments in power, we can see that this is extraordinarily difficult to reverse the open border policy, but it can be done. How can it be reversed? It can be done. I would like to ask Mr. Leggeri. You have told us for many, many years that open borders policies were inevitable. We have been told so all the time. Is that true? Open border policies, are they inevitable?
Il y a un grand mensonge que les ONG, les mondialistes, les technocrates de Bruxelles, les politiquement corrects et maintenant les wokistes veulent nous faire croire que nous, les nations européennes, et peut-être plus largement les nations occidentales, nous avons le devoir d'accueillir la terre entière. C'est une idéologie que j'ai vue diffuser de fausses interprétations du droit dans l'Union européenne. C'est-à-dire qu'ils font croire que appliquer le code de protection des frontières extérieures Schengen est quelque chose de mauvais. Ils essaient de nous faire croire qu'il n'est pas possible, qu'il y a une espèce de fatalité à cause de la géographie, à cause d'un devoir moral que nous aurions vis-à-vis du monde entier parce que nous sommes européens et que nous devons payer une dette. Ça, c'est l'idéologie wokiste. Ils nous font croire que nous devons d'abord accueillir tout le monde. Et la conséquence de ça, c'est que pendant plus de 10 ans, 15 ans peut-être, l'Union européenne a payé des dizaines, des centaines de millions d'euros, peut-être plus, pour faire le taxi des clandestins, en disant aux États membres, vous recevrez des fonds, de l'argent de l'Union européenne, si vous acceptez cette politique qui consiste à aller chercher les migrants et les amener toujours en Europe. Et quand on commence à dire, bien sûr, il faut sauver les migrants en mer, mais faisons un acte d'humanité et renvoyons-les dans leur pays d'où ils viennent, parce que ces gens-là sont des victimes des trafiquants d'êtres humains. Et alors là, vous voyez que le système, et moi je l'ai vu, et ça continue, mais grâce à la force des patriotes au Parlement européen, les choses changent.
But thanks to the European Parliament, things are changing. We can see the establishment in Brussels. We can see you are told you are not entitled to rescue people and then return them to the countries of origin. If there are fewer isolated immigrants, if those clandestine children Are they children? What is their place? What is their higher interest to be back with their families, to be reunited with their parents, to be back in their communities, and not victim to human traffickers and NGOs, which with money from Brussels disseminate these policies all over Europe. So based on our political determination, the group of patriot groups in Europe and our party in particular, which is organizing this event today, we are the first party in France, together with Marine Le Pen. More than 73% of people in France voted us. We are the alternative to in France, and Vox is the alternative in Spain. We have a lot of allies who are also members in Patriots for Europe. They are already in power. I'm referring to our friends in Budapest, Viktor Orban. But we also have friends in Italy with La Lega, in Ms. Meloni's government in Rome. And so a turning point has already taken place in these parties who are already speaking up and inspired by Donald Trump's policy. Yes, there is another possible fate. And yes, sovereign nations are entitled to decide who can come in and who cannot come in your country. Let's take the example of France. Social expenditure coming to millions and millions of euros who are given to them as housing benefits, medical benefits, children's benefits. So based on populational traits, yes, there is a population change already in our countries and a change in culture in our countries. Yes, we could aim for another fate, of course. It's about time. Things change. Change is already underway in coming elections, in coming months throughout Europe.
Muchas gracias, señor Legueri, sobre todo por esa esperanza, ¿no? Ese halo de esperanza que yo creo que es lo que todos necesitamos, ¿no? Saber que nuestro esfuerzo diario, saber que
our daily efforts point to the same direction. And this is the outcome of being politically correct, but we are hopeful that we can change things. That's why we work day after day. From Austria, Mr. Landbauer, we've talked about protecting our borders. It is not inevitable. What we were told is not inevitable. There is indeed an alternative, and this is proof of it this year, what we are here. How can that be done? How can we protect our borders and stop massive illegal immigration?
Yeah, first of all, we must no longer allow ourselves to be patronized by Ursula von der Leyen or a left-wing European Court of Justice. I think that's very important. It's unacceptable that removals are prevented on the grounds of migrants' human rights. Living in Austria, as well as living in other European or Western countries, welfare states, is not a human right. It's absurd that the removal of criminals is being prevented because of human rights concerns. How many other people's human rights have murderers disregarded? We finally need a radical change, of course, in immigration policy with rigorous removals and no access to asylum. We must also stop the magnetic effect by cutting welfare payments. In Austria, just one example, in Austria's capital, in Vienna, which is governed by the social democratic left, Syrian families receive up to 9,000 euro per month in welfare payments. That's absurd. 9,000 euro per month for one a family. A normal family isn't able to earn this in 1 month by working hard. It's impossible. And we try to change the situation in Austria. As you know, Austria is a federal state with 9 states, and in the biggest one in Lower Austria, where we are since 2.5 years, first in history part of the government, we have tightened the rules for asylum seekers. We do not grant excessive social welfare benefits for migrants. On the contrary, we do not give migrants money anymore. So we established a new system with a special payment card. And this way payments to smugglers and the purchase of tobacco or alcohol is no longer possible for the asylum seekers. Asylum seekers must furthermore report to the authorities once per month, and going on vacation in their home countries, but cashing our money is no longer acceptable. These are the small steps we can do in our states. But I think at the end of the day, it's not about searching for this one quick fix after another to tackle illegal migration. The real key to success is to bring forward leaders in whole Europe, in the whole European Union, whose common sense is to stop illegal migration. And I think that's it.
Sentido común ante todo, ¿verdad? Efectivamente, si hubiéramos
Exactly.
no habríamos llegado
If we saw more common sense, we wouldn't have reached this craziness that is eliminating the identity of our nations. Kirsten, we've seen in the United States that in the United States we have somebody that is not like von der Leyen here, that is shooting us into destruction. As Udo mentioned, without this custodianship, basically we've seen these very brave policies sort of breaking these open border policies. Udo just mentioned some newcomers in Austria. Some families were receiving 9,000 euros a month. So what a Spanish or Austrian family can earn 9,000 euros a month? In Spain, 9 out of 10 families cannot make it. Meets end at the end of the month, and how all this money has gone down the drain of the open border policies, and through all these sort of prosecution policies, basically closing the tap to US aid. So how have you seen that in America? How have you lived that in America?
So I think the question, if I'm not mistaken, is about the sort of the economic effects of President Trump's border policies on American families and workers. And I think that has yet to be seen. So there will be a lot of hopefully very positive implications on Americans and having more money in their pocketbooks and being empowered economically. But I think if you look at the support for the America First agenda in the US the past few years, it's come primarily from American workers, which is interesting because in the US, for the longest time, the Democrat Party was the biggest champion of, or said they were the biggest champion of American workers. But now we're seeing that shifting, right? And that's because President Trump has prioritized them very specifically and said that I am not going to spend your tax money on some program halfway across the world that doesn't even align with your values. And that's amazing, and that's what people want. That's what they want to have their leaders, and like Udo said, it's very common sense. It's not anything radical. It's very practical, and to actually have a leader that responds to that and speaks plainly about the things that are causing American families concern and things that they want out of their leaders is very refreshing, I think, to a lot of people, and it's something that they're seeing reflected in a lot more people in the movement, actually. This is not just President Trump, it's people on the right that have really adopted this mentality because they're realizing that it's something that's winning because they're best serving their people. So it's good in that sense. On the USAID issue, I think USAID, sorry, that's actually resonating with a lot of people all over the country. It's, I think, one of the president's most popular policies because, like I said, it's all about that measure of accountability. And a lot of Americans really had no idea what their government was spending their money on abroad. It's not something that gets talked about on headline news every day. So I think when the Trump administration exposed that, many Americans said, of course, that's absurd that we would spend our money on these things. And we know how much we pay in taxes, and we know that that takes a hit from money that we could be spending on our families and our communities and ourselves. And so we want, I think the biggest mantra of the right in the US is that we think that the people know the best how to spend their money, not the government. And so that's a big selling point, or a big winning point for me, for President Trump.
Muchas gracias, Kristen.
Thank you very much, Kirsten.
El señor Legheri,
Mr. Legheri from France, from the National Front, has told us that he was a former director of the Frontex agency that was, in inverted commas, sort of looking after our borders. You've been right at the core of all those who have decided these policies to us. So, do you believe that were they doing it knowingly, that this was the suicide of Europe, of our nations, the end of our identity? Did they do this knowingly?
Je crois que il y a eu toute une période de naïveté européenne.
I believe that there was a moment of uncertainty of people until 2019. We can talk about that naivety, so to speak, and I'm thinking about Jean-Claude Juncker from the European Commission. And suddenly in 2015, he realized that 1.2 million people had entered Europe illegally. So 1.2 undercover people. So in Brussels, some said, oh, we just forgot to control our borders. So it was a question of laziness. Especially they didn't have the political will or braveness. The left was sort of weak, and sometimes this this weakness of the right is exactly the same as the left. So that lukewarm right was impressed by the arguments of the left. But from 2019, I've seen von der Leyen's Commission, but especially others in taking the role, but they had started their well, in Sweden, they had started with the Communist Party. She said the role of the guardians of the borders is to welcome the immigrants. You don't need weapons or uniforms because immigrants come here because of love, and we have the duty to welcome them. And she said, and this is terrible, basically there is a political program behind, the European continent is getting old, is aging, so we need to welcome the immigrants. So the program was to substitute the European population by others and to legalize the undercover arrivals. I rejected that plainly, and I saw that there was a movement with the NGOs, pro-migrants. They always wanted to bring undercover populations to Europe, sometimes because of stupid reasons, because of idealism. Other NGOs, because they know that's the way to finance their pro-immigrant sort of NGOs or organizations. And others, because there were some will in the economic sectors in Europe, because they wanted some cheap labor. So, okay, these undercover workers will accept some works and some wages that Europeans will not accept, or legal immigrants. And then I've seen wokeists. This woke ideology is basically a pro-immigrant, no borders ideology, and this has been put together, basically, because they hate what we are at European nations, civilization, culture. And I think that the battle has to be in the political arena, because we have this political attack on us, on our identity. In Spain, we also can see that the inverted commas right, the Popular Party, looks like the left. We call them the two-party system. The socialist is in the socialist in blue, which is the Popular Party. So the two-party system, they're all the same, basically. In Spain, it's pretty clear, but we basically have one of the worst administrations within the European Union. I don't know how Mr. Lambauer from Austria sees what are the measures that the European Union should take. And we're talking about real potential measures within the next years to channel and avoid this bleeding.
Yes, as I said, so speaking about the EU Pact of Migration and Asylum, I just want to say this pact is absolutely limp. We do not need to standardize asylum regulations for all member states. That's not the problem. We need pushbacks at the internal borders. Every illegal border crossing must be prevented and stopped. And that's, I think, the most important to do. The responsibility for the refugee movement lies on the continent on which they take place. And in most cases, this is not Europe. In the long term, an alliance for immigration must be formed with like-minded EU countries, and together then we can build migration centers outside of the European Union, of Europe, with safe accommodation from entering our countries for millions of people outside of Europe. This way we would prevent refugees from entering our countries illegally for purely economic reasons. And that's what it is. They are coming for purely economic reasons. And such migration centers would be cheaper and more sustainable than building thousands of asylum centers and 10 cities within Europe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lambauer. You're absolutely right, because many things are at stake here. I think that everyone was shocked looking at these images this week, the killing of Irina, young Irina. We saw in the Charlotte city in North Carolina, the United States. So that made our blood cold, being able to see how a number of politicians has left us unprotected in our own countries, in our own houses, and, you know, going back home at night has become something highly risky. And those who should preserve our nation's culture, our safety, have betrayed us. I don't know, how are Americans seeing that discouraging video right now? What's the opinion right there?
Well, I agree with everything my panelists have said as well about this idea that we can't just let our nations be overrun with other people that don't share our values, and that's what it is. I think that's what's bringing a lot of the crime into our communities, is this lie from the left that when someone comes to your country, there's automatic magic of integration, which hasn't happened. What's been interesting with the US and with these tragic incidences of people, of violence on innocent people in the past few weeks especially, is that people I think are really rightly afraid, and they're realizing that a lot of what the left preaches doesn't lead to peace or unity or harmony. It leads to more violence, less hope, and more disunity actually within our country. And I think it comes back from actually like a whole different philosophy. When you look at what the left preaches and who they hate, it's people that, like, this whole conference is the Patriots conference. They hate patriots. And it's because they see, I think, the evils, they've attributed the evils of the 20th century to nationalism. And to me, I see that as, their view is that that's the worst thing, and that's the highest evil in a way. And so what we offer is to them just absolutely absurd, and they will use everything they can to try to stop it, and sometimes that is violence and sadly death. Really, what is true is that the evils of the 20th century and beforehand are, like Pope St. John Paul II says, incorrect anthropology. They're leaders that have taken their power for wrong reasons or for wrong uses, and they've undermined human dignity because it's the rejection of God. And so I think if you believe that and you look at what we're seeing now, obviously we all want peace, and you look at what will champion that, and that is people that profess love. And even like Charlie Kirk, he professed openness, and like real openness, like going to college campuses and talking to people and just having that open debate. That's what is so great about America and about the West, is that we can have those discussions. And obviously he was tragically murdered for that. And so I think what this all really comes back to is that we need to return. This whole conference's theme is Reconquista, which I love, and it's returning, reconquering our national identity, our pride, and a love for each other, which will actually be the thing that brings peace.
Gracias, Kristen.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Kristen. Yes, obviously, they say that we have hate speech, our policies expanding hate, and however, what we can see every day is that what they do is to hate free speech, speech that goes after freedom, and hating those who are trying to bring some common sense to this craze that we are involved in right now in our own countries. I don't know whether in this panel about borders we'll have a last message. I think if you would like to sort of show a message to our attendants and everyone that is listening to us online and through their screens. So, Mr. Legeri, please, you have the floor now for a last message. Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, my message to all the attendees, we have already mentioned that this is a panel of hope, a message of hope, of bravery. Let's not give up. Let's not become impressed. If somebody accuses us of disseminating hate, those wanted to censor us. And I see that in the European Parliament. There are many initiatives from the European Commission to establish censorship. In France, media outlet, TV, with over 1 million people, spectators every day, has been shut down because they believed that that was populist, disseminating fake news and so on. Well, against our political family in Europe and generally in the Western countries, there is this alliance of those who want to silence us because they want our culture, our nation fades away and stops and ceases to exist. And my message is pretty simple. The alternative is arriving. It's in power in many countries in the world, in Europe as well. And to our friends from Spain, in Madrid, I tell them that it's going to arrive soon here in Spain. Thank you. Let's hope that soon, rather than later, that we can kick Pedro Sánchez very soon. And not to put Mr. Feijóo in the same seat to do exactly the same, but rather to build a true alternative that meets the real demands. A last message from Udo Landbauer, our dear friend from Austria. Can be long, no problem. We have time.
As the President already said, it's a panel of hope, and that's the most important message. It's important for us to build an alliance in whole Europe, in the whole Western civilization, against this politics. And my drive doing this is that I want a secure home country. I want to have a home country where my children, my daughter is able to go to the railway station and come back safe again. And that's the point why we are doing this. And my last message to the Spanish people is please help Vox, help our whole movement to do this new way, to build this new way for a safer Spain, for a safer France, for a safer Austria, for a safer Europe. It's possible. It's possible to do this. We just have to do it. And so, please, help us all together.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Udo.
Así hablado parece fácil, ¿eh?
Okay, it seems very easy when we send a message. It seems that it's going to arrive very soon. And this is very, very possible. We hope that this is true, that this is not so hard as it has been so far, and this becomes possible very soon. Kirsten, a last message to our audience, to our wonderful audience. I imagine that you think also that this is a hope message, but you have some time.
Surprisingly, I'll echo both my fellow panelists' message about hope. But I want to share with everyone, so yesterday, when I came to Madrid, I went to the Valley of the Fallen, which is a beautiful, beautiful place about an hour away. I'm sure you all know it. And I went especially to see the cross, which is the largest cross in the world, the beautiful basilica. And it was just so moving to be there because you have a beautiful Catholic heritage and a beautiful country. And I just really hope with the news that the government might be moving to resignify the site, I hope that you can stand up and defend it because this is what we have to live for. And this is our identity as a civilization that was built on the church and built with so much beauty and glory, and that we cannot let that go. And I know that the left obviously is the evil here. They're fighting to destroy that, but really the right also has some blame as well because we can't be complacent. And it's just something that I want to share with you because as an American coming here, I see so much beauty. I know a lot of Americans come to Europe obviously for tourism and because it's amazing over here. But I want Americans to also realize that the things that are here that they come to see are slowly being attacked, or actually not slowly, being attacked by a great force, and so we have to fight back, and we have to be courageous. Like we all say, we need visions, a vision that built the West, but we also need courage. So thank you.
Muchas gracias, Kristen. La verdad
Thank
es un
you
orgullo
very
para
much,
nosotros que
Kirsten.
alguien venga de
So
tan lejos.
it fills us with pride to receive someone that comes from so far away and someone that comes here, and the first thing that they do is to go to the Valley of the Fallen and see that 150-meter high cross. Those who want to destroy it is because they hate what we are, because they hate our background, what we represent, what our identity as well. Mr. Legeri also mentioned that they've just censored the debates, telling us that we disseminate this hate speech. And because they don't have any arguments against common sense, the only thing they want to do is to silence us. That's why they use these words, hate, and they are insulting us instead of debating and arguing with us, because they want people to stop thinking. They want a malleable people that they can actually conduct to the self-destruction that they're after. And well, they also call us ultra, the ultra party, the ultra convention, the ultra politician. And we're here and we're very proud to state that yes, we are. We defend, we obviously we are ultras. We are defenders of the safety of the elderly, of safe borders, and we are ultra as well, as they call us, to preserve what we are, our identity and the common sense. So thank you very much to these three wonderful speakers that we had today in our first panel of VIVA25. I hope that you come soon to Spain, and we'll be welcoming you. Hopefully, if we don't have the government that we have right now, it will be much better. We'll have a better welcome. Anyway, so we're going to close this panel. Please don't move. In 8 minutes, we'll have the great Herman Terch with another wonderful panel in this VIVA25. So thank you very much.
Hello. Well, we're about to begin, aren't we? Yes. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. My name is Herman Tertsch. I am a European Member of Parliament representing Vox, and I am honored enough to chair this panel with my friends, with my three friends, with three colleagues of mine in an initiative put forward by Patriots for Europe to fight a tsunami of aggressiveness, legally speaking, politically speaking, physically speaking, on the part of those who believed they would have a monopoly on power in the European Parliament and a bi-party majority disguised in a political fight between them, but in actual fact, some sort of monopoly with different streams, with different currents. They seem to say they are different, they want other plans, but they are all part of the same project in a type of green, blue, red social democracy, you name it. They thought they would have control over Europe for good in a final situation, political situation with different nuance, but they thought they would control it all. Surprise, surprise, for the past 15 years, all that situation, that disguise as a single social democrat party has crumbled down, has fallen down based on their nonsensical attitude, their lack of common sense, alleging more and more toxic, abusive ideology. That failure can already be seen and is now shaped as European policies. That failure is causing us, Europeans, Spaniards, poorer and poorer and less free and lesser free. That phenomenon, which Europeans know about, which we can see in every national poll, even in municipal elections like tomorrow, in Westphalia and Renania. And yes, that will be seen. We will win elections. We win when elections are held, and those lovers of consensus, social democrats, lose. From the Socialist Party, from the People's Party, from Renew, a bit of a mix of liberals and socialists, and of course the communists, also there radicalized, but in the same package. When the People's Party agrees with the Socialist Party to take us from our posts, we, Patriots, when they remove us from positions legitimately won and reached in Europe, then the People's Party, the Socialist Party, the Communist Party, they all come to terms, they all agree to bring us away from our posts, from our positions as dictated by our voters. They are not entitled to do so, but they do so. Faced with that war, faced with those attacks, when they cancel elections in Romania with really ludicrous excuses because they didn't like the candidate, the winning candidate, or the candidate who was about to win, when they make up cases like the Marine Le Pen's case and the fact that she has been sued and threatened with a 10-year sentence for something that was tremendously criticized by the whole European Parliament, by all members of Parliament, by all delegations of the European Parliament. They all had the same practices as regards their assistants, their helpers, and it was only them that were accused in a criminal proceeding. Marine Le Pen, the goal being trying to disqualify her, but she will win the elections for sure. Those legal cases, those legal proceedings put against Salvini in Italy too, or happening in Austria too, against the first Austrian party, which in actual fact has double the support of the one ranking second, the party, the Freedom Party of Austria. And they won't let them be, because from Brussels, imposition laws are imposed to try and put us away, keep us away, clear us out. But we will be a majority in Europe. So faced with that aggression, faced with that abuse, in Patriots, we have put together a committee for respect of democracy and freedom. I am honored enough to preside the committee over, which includes these three members. All together, we coordinate and we report all these appalling actions taken by a decreasing majority in Europe, that alliance under von der Leyen, which covers the Socialists, the People's Party, the Green Party. So faced with their attacks, we denounce, we report things with the public opinion throughout Europe. Our visit has already been completed to Poland to try and evaluate the Polish situation following massive interference which caused the Conservative Party to fall down and a People's Party government to come to power together with the whole left-wing parties, with the whole pole left. They are now undertaking a process which is very much like Sanchez's process, putting institutions apart, declaring war to independent judges, and building a regime without any counterparts, with an opposition which has been crushed, with their right to public media being taken from them, with very few independent media being marginalized, as is the case here. And yeah, the process looks very much like that of Sanchez, and he is a People's Party politician, to the extent he's even an ally of the leftist. Let me introduce you to my dear friends and colleagues. Pascal Pierrat from France, Rassemblement National, the National Rally, first party in France, a party to have a president and a government in short, because France needs a change. France has gone through dark years, Macron's era. They will put an end to his era. Volia Boglarska from Hungary. She's also in the committee, and she is a ministerial commissioner in Fidesz. Orban, being the great defender of a number of principles we stand up for, but principles that have been crushed, unfortunately, from us. Poland, a country where Jews have kippah and nothing happens. Women can take a walk alone whenever they want, no fear. They are not fearful because Hungary is the only country in Europe which hasn't got a mosque. And my friend Rui Gomes from Portugal, representing Chega, a party ranking second, soon to be the first party in our neighbor country. With Ventura, with good, he will bring the necessary victory in Europe. It might take longer in some countries, it might take a shorter time in others, but we are witness to a change in time, and they are panicking. They are indeed panicking, so they will try it all, they will do it all. I have an article, I have a feature that will be published today. Excuse my self-reference, but I am publishing a paper today about Charlie Kirk's murder. I remember all aggression, all political aggression and assaults and crime, like murdering a person or killing a person, it always comes from the left and from illegal guests invited by the left. All of it, all of it. Let me remind you that in Spain, left-wing terrorists stopped killing people when they no longer needed it, because they had access to the government together with Mr. Zapatero and Mr. Sanchez. But when things change, we will see the price to be paid for a government that made ETA legitimate, that made ETA crimes legitimate, and that allowed political violence to be rewarded in Spain. That said, without further ado, I would let my colleagues speak, and I will interact with them. Thank you. Thank you very much. You have the floor, Pascal.
Merci, chers amis. Je suis venue vous dire.
Thank you, dear friends. I am here to tell you that I have good news for you. People are being awakened. The system can no longer hide things away, because in Europe, a rooted population, rooted to their culture, language, and their own roots, are now aware they don't want to be silly. And this, but beware, the system will defend itself. And so they will try and see all avenues in opposition. Europe, the way we know it, the way it stands, has created a democratic shield. What is the democratic shield? Well, it's not democratic whatsoever. It is a shield to defend itself from democracy. The shield aims to make people feel guilty on the basis of their vote and tell people you are voting the wrong way. And if you vote the wrong way, we will bring elections to be null and void. And this is happening all over the place. In France, for instance, we represent the first party in Europe with more than 11 million voters behind us. Marine Le Pen, our candidate to presidency, has been the victim of legal proceedings, and judges have declared she has no right to be part of the elections, and that is absolutely outrageous. It will damage, the rights of 11 million voters. And they will do the same with any opponent in Europe. We saw it in Romania. In the first election round, things were validated by the Constitutional Court, but then the Constitutional Court rendered the elections null and void and have so prohibited the candidate from winning the elections. In Italy, Salvini, he has been victim to a legal case too. In Poland, we saw maneuvering being done. In Moldavia, a week before the elections, Ursula von der Leyen gave millions of euros to prevent the sovereign candidate from winning the elections. Dear friends of mine, the same will happen in Europe wherever people become awake. But we need to continue being awake, and we need to continue voting. We need to be not fearful.
Thank you. Thank you, Herman. Yes, I would reflect a bit on what you said, Herman, about the cambio de era and change, the change of era. So with just a few general comments at the beginning. And I also think that Europe stands at a crossroads. So basically, either we submit to a federalist superstate, like the United States of Europe, or we are going to defend our right to remain a free union of sovereign national states. Exactly what you just said, there is a systematic war on sovereignty now in Europe. What happens in Hungary? We are under constant, permanent siege of this rule of law jihad, let's call it like this. Basically, they are designed to crush our constitutional identity with this. Poland, we were there with Herman and Rui. Basically, the sovereignist government were replaced by a puppet government run by Brussels, and they are, the old government, facing communist method, face political purges with Brussels' silent oversight, while the Tusk government is basically dismantling rule of law in the name of the rule of law with Brussels' support. And then what Pereira said, what Madame Pereira said, Pascal. Whenever a patriotic force gain momentum, what do? They come under assault through ideologically motivated political and judicial witch hunt. So there is a systematic attack on sovereign governments, on sovereign movements, right-wing movements. And this war is basically, now it's not waged with tanks anymore, it is waged with money, media, and NGOs. A triangle of influence linking Brussels elite, Soros foundations, and foreign actors. And we know it very well in Hungary, because we have we had signs, warning signs already in 2022 elections. We had the USAID interference. USAID was relaunched under the Central European Program, which basically money flowed to Hungarian opposition NGOs, so-called NGOs, but they are actually political pressure groups, NGOs, media space in an election context. And we know also that the opposition leader get $5.5 million from an NGO funded by Soros called Action for Democracy. And this is a prohibited foreign financing. So USAID money, Soros-funded NGOs interfered in the 2020 elections. And then Brussels came also into the joint, basically, this interference machinery. Before the 2022 elections, motions of resolutions in the European Parliament condemning Hungary, rule of law collapse, systematic corruptions, amplified with the deputies in the European Parliament and the NGOs, basically using the opposition media in Hungary. So Brussels established a very well-working method, because it's working now with Poland, and the method is to overturn sovereign governments and replace them with the puppets. What is the method? I will be quick. Article 7 procedure. Okay, that's a bit about Brussels jargon. So rule of law proceedings, including Article 7 procedure, just before the elections, just to sway a bit the mood of the election. Then the European Parliament, obviously, with dozens of resolutions saying, just before the elections, that Hungary is an electoral autocracy. Just right after the elections, there is a rule of law backsliding. What an insult to a Hungarian people who basically 3 million voted democratically for a government. And then the European Parliament left is saying that this is not even a democratic government. So this is the democratic backsliding that you were also mentioning. And then infringement procedures joined in this method. Very high-profile infringement procedures like for migration. Do you know that we are paying, well, we are not paying because they are deduced from the funds we get, but basically we have a penalty for 200 million euro and, no, 200 million euro, this is what we should pay, and because we don't pay, we pay 1 million euro per day because we defend the borders. That's why we are basically outcast and punished because of that. And then the NGOs. Freezing of funds, infringement procedure, Article 7 procedure, and the NGO. The NGO, large-scale network of NGOs who are now established in Hungary and in Brussels, mostly Soros-funded, and funded by the USAID and funded by the European Commission. Now the USAID money stopped, but Brussels hasn't stopped. So we have to be very vigilant because we have 2026, we have elections coming in 2026, and attacks will just intensify. And just to name a few, and then I will finish. European Union top leaders are openly influencing the Hungarian elections. Manfred Weber, who is basically unmistakably declared their favorite new government and their favorite new leader, Péter Magyar. So basically they want to overturn an democratically elected government. They also name who they would like to see. Ursula von der Leyen obviously joined this debate. Then Ursula von der Leyen declaring that they will still withhold the money, they're freezing our funds basically, just because we don't want to let LGBT and asylum. So they obviously want to see an LMBT, well, you can call it whatever now, and asylum-friendly government. Then Soros-funded networks, they want that the freeze of funds will be totally full, so we don't get any money, but we are entitled to. Then they want the EU to replace the USAID lost fund. And also in the European Parliament, obviously, they demand the full freeze of funds to Hungary. So this is the method that they are established, and this is what they want to use and even intensify in the 2026 elections. So we have to be very vigilant, because the stakes are very high, and not just in Hungary, but also in other countries. The stakes are very high. They just want to replace the government democratically elected with a puppet who will carry out their federalist, globalist, open society agenda. And our goal is to ensure that the interference seen in 2022 is not going to happen in 26. For this, we have to really understand thoroughly this international corruption network organized by the American left, and we have to prevent the EU to compensate for the USAID fund lost.
Muy bien, es que es cierto.
Yes, you're absolutely right.
Es absolutamente inaudita.
It's incredible, to be honest, the battle that the European Commission with von der Leyen has started against the conservative government of Viktor Orban. The Hungarian government accomplishes their program defending their borders with high stakes, with high-level security, defending their education system that do not want any LGBT education when children are 6 or LGBT groups in schools, and it's punished by it with a number of operations and actions that are pretty brutal. And now, since they managed to bring down the Polish government, now they want to go after the Hungarian one and somehow have a puppet there that is their own. It doesn't matter if it's a popular or it's social Democrat, it's exactly the same, to follow their policies, to open the borders for Islamic immigration, to apply all the woke agenda and the 2030 agenda, that they still don't manage to do it because Hungarians have been voting time after time for a government that just denies doing that. That's why the left is doing all that basically with millions, with sort of priceless funds trying to help all these artificial organizations, all these non-governmental organizations that are being financed by governments so that they can do these left-backed activities. And we came from Strasbourg yesterday. Last week was ridiculous because von der Leyen was talking about the democratic shield, and they want a bunker to themselves to keep in the seat, and just a cage for the Europeans so they do not vote what they don't want them to vote. Ms. von der Leyen said that they are going to multiply the fundings of independent journalism. Independent journalism funded by them, and they don't even realize how ridiculous this is. Exactly the same with NGOs, that they are illegally partly backing them financially. They're doing activism for immigration with the 2030 agenda against the countryside, activism against all the conservative forces and the conservative values. Now, the floor to Portugal. They are fighting them, resisting them very strongly, and I think that you're now at the head of this battle. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you. I'll try to speak in English, and I think it's a little bit better than my Spanish. I will not make so many mistakes, at least. And if I make them, you will not be able to hear me.
For the invitation, I fully agree with all the things that were being told here to you. But let me begin with one single note. For the very first time, after 51 years of democracy in Portugal, the very first poll last Friday of a newspaper, a normal newspaper, had a big change in Portugal. For the very first time, Chega, the Portuguese party from Patriots, win how far we can win a poll for the very first time. And for the very first time in 51 years, Social Democratic Party and Socialist Party were not the first and second party in the poll. Chega was the first. Second, Social Democratic Party that is in government since last 1 year and a half, since last elections last May, but for the very first time, it's a pronunciation that what kind of things, what kind of news can we have? Herman said that we had a committee for freedom and democracy. And this is our involvement. That is the hand, and the last thing that we think about and we have to move is between freedom and democracy. This is our our involvement, and this is the things that we respect, even if the other guys saying that they are for freedom, they are from democracy, they are from liberty, they don't respect these kind of things, when the parties that they are not belonging win elections. What we can see nowadays, the world is blocked, and what we can see from Brussels. Brussels is only preoccupied, is only aware of to control the media, to control the ideas, to control the votes, even that at the end of the day, even we can change politics, even we can change from one party to another party, we cannot change about policies. Because the policies, the ones that we serve, that we go, that we support, are the same politics if we don't agree with them, if we are not with them, if what they want is that we can change politics, we can change the men in the politics, men and the women, but we cannot change about the policies, we cannot change the ideas. If we have different ideas, different way of being, different ideas to change the world. And this is the decision of Brussels, the decision about who have the right to have the truth. Europe would like to have the decisions to who will win. This morning I spoke with Boyla, and we had last visit to Poland, we spoke about that. My opinion, our opinion in Portugal, more and more, is that probably why we don't have a coalition between Chega and Social Democratic Party. If you agree or not, but it was a possibility to have a large majority and stable government for 4 years term. Because probably the Prime Minister that is in charge, when he ran for the first place in Social Democratic Party, was against that idea. He defended that if we win the elections without majority, you will have a major government, a stable government with Chega. And what he has done, he had done when he arrived to the government, precisely the opposite of what he said. And our idea, it was not for Portuguese reasons, nor for stable reasons in Portuguese politics, but only for one big reason. Brussels was against, Brussels was convinced him that he cannot go because he supported, and if he incorporates and constitute a government like this, Brussels will have a problem in Spain, Brussels will have a problem in France and the other countries that probably they are changing to the right. I think that this is our commitment. As you used to say, immorality is to deserve for the others what we don't like for us. And in politics, even sometimes the morality can win some polls, some elections. At the end of the day, the principles will win at every day, everywhere, when we have the elections. Because one man with convictions, one man with determined to achieve a goal is more strong than 99 with only interests. And we are on the place where the convictions, where the ideas are strong and strong and strong. Thank you very much for the invitation.
Pascal, let's see.
Pascal.
El gobierno, the government in France. We have a new government in France now. It's the third one in 1 year, I think. The third, and with little future. What can we do? What can we do to end this tragedy of Macron's era?
La tragédie Macron, c'est exactement le bon terme. Depuis que
the tragedy of Macron is exactly the right word or the right expression. Since he was voted for, I'd like to remind you that France had to go to the polls, basically telling their friends that he was a Mozart from finances, he was an expert from finance. He was a Mozart, basically. Mozart. So if Mozart had composed some music with the quality of financial endeavors of Macron, basically we not know Mozart. Macron has put a lot of borrowing under our country. There's a lot of debt in France because Macron's idea is to sell France to Europe and to the foreign interest. He's been selling Stone, which was a company, Aston. He sold all the strategic French companies. He's shut down nuclear power stations. He has impoverished France. 10% of the French population lives under the level of poverty. So it is just impossible. So the electricity bills have increased in 40% in 2 years, the price of food 33%. Some families do not get heating in winter, and some families eat only once a day. That's the tragedy of Macron. Last year, basically, he did this solemn announcement because he couldn't stand that the National Rally won the election. So 15 minutes of the publication of the electoral results, Macron basically dissolved the National Assembly, so he had more power. Again, the National Rally was the first most voted party, so he maneuvered with the left to confuse the results, basically, and at the end of the day, he has blocked completely the functioning of our country. So our finances have worsened, our country is sinking slowly but surely, and because of the failure, and we're losing control as well. So that is exactly Macron's tragedy. And you know what he did? He just nominated as a prime minister his most loyal follower. The European elections didn't have anything to do. So his program is to keep in power, to continue impoverishing France and open the borders to everyone. That's Macron's plan.
Yes, as we were saying, that it is a change in an era. Indeed, that change is there for the first time in 70 years. European nations are threatened. They will be taken their identity, they will be taken their soul. They want us to be governed and ruled by some people in Brussels who are ignorant of the places they rule upon, making devastating, catastrophic decisions for the interests of people, whether you are in Spain or elsewhere. They are breaking their own laws brutally, not only with an ideological war, an utter ideological war that will be fought in the coming months in Hungary, but it is being fought everywhere. We are going to win the elections in Czechia. We are going to win elections in the Netherlands. We will be the first party there too. So every day we are further supported, but they are ever so powerful, and for a long, long time, they have used all power resources, but they want to liquidize us. And that situation will be decisive to determining whether our nations do have a future or they vanish in some sort of an amalgam where we no longer have an identity, and besides, they are filled with foreigners. I would like to give the floor to you again, Volia, so that you can tell us about the defense of Hungary's identity. Hungary is a small country, a people that came from far away, who settled down in between Germanic people and Slovaks. They preserved their language for the past 1,000 years, christened by Saint Stephen, a country that was fierce in defending their identity against the Soviet Union and the Germans too. So yes, small country, but fighting the whole machinery of the European Union, a European Union that has no scruples whatsoever when it comes to violating a country's sovereignty in the European Union. So yes, the doctrine is there, the Brezhnev doctrine is there in Brussels, and it has to be applied, apparently.
Muy bien dicho, Herman. You said everything about Hungary, and as I mentioned, these kind of attacks are going to intensify in the 2026 elections, but not only against Hungary. It's, as you mentioned, we have elections in Czechia. Let's see what happens in France, what happens in Spain. So these attacks will just intensify, and we have to be prepared, and we have to understand what can expect. And what can we expect at the European level is also something.
Yeah.
It's also something, you hear me, that we need to see, and we need to explain to our voters. Basically, what we are doing is that the patriots, basically, we are defending the strength of the nations, and we are defending basically. You hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, the sovereign nation states, and this was basically the basic concept of the European Union. Not now, the basic concept was a free cooperative union of free member states. And so what is happening now in Brussels with all the method established basically against sovereign government, we see that this supranational meddling is real and systematic, and it will intensify. So what we have to also see at the European level is that basically we protect ourselves in Hungary because we will know what happened in 2022, and we will not forget about this. We will prevent that. So we have a Sovereignty Protection Act. Also in Slovakia, also in France, they have now a new law basically against foreign interference. But it's not enough. What is happening in Brussels is that the USA lost. Now the NGOs want the European Union to compensate for the loss of the USAID funds. Hundreds of NGOs are demanding the European Union to compensate this loss of money or to increase the money to the NGOs in the next EU budget. So what is happening basically, that now they lost the US, the Biden administration, they want to replace all the interference into the European Union. We have to prevent that. Our own investigation revealed, for example, this year, that 62 million euro direct funding was channeled basically to NGOs in Hungary who are targeting or democratically elected government, and these are only the largest recipients, like Amnesty International, Transparency. Only the largest recipients. So in one country and only the largest recipients, they got this. Then in any other countries, how much money flow does it mean? So they had double funding. They had USAID, they had funding from the Commission. And most of these programs, this is when the European Union financing instruments come to play. Most of these programs like SERV, maybe you heard about it, LIFE, Horizon, Justice, these programs were originally intended to research and civic purposes, but what happened, they are just disguised politically motivated pressure groups. And when Trump administration came into the office, basically the mask has fallen from all these NGOs. And now what they want is that they reinforce these politically motivated NGOs that are nothing but nothing neutral. And that they want to expand this machinery, this interference machinery in the next EU budget. So we have to be very, very vigilant with that, because the next EU budget, the negotiations are starting now. They basically created a new program called Agora, which basically replaced the Creative Europe, sorry for the Brussels jargon, and the SURF program, which means that now they can shift around the money whatever they want basically to political projects. So, okay, this one is maybe to cultural projects, but okay, now we redirect it to political projects. So they just shift around the money as they want now. So we have to be very vigilant with this. And the PATRIOTS, and also Hungary, we've been saying this for years. And the Patriots in the European Parliament, they demanded more transparency in the NGO contracts. They're about the double fundings. And what we got, well, that's not bad. We have a working group on transparency, but we wanted an inquiry committee, and that obviously was a no-go. That was a no-go because they are afraid of us. They are afraid of these revelations. So 2026, these attacks will intensify, and also at the EU level, we have to be very vigilant for the future.
Es que es lo que ha pasado.
Yes, indeed.
Es lo que
yes,
ha pasado.
Indeed. That has happened. And yes, the top priority of the European Union at this moment in time is not development projects, is not industrialization projects or support to agriculture, agricultural promotion to improve agricultural practices and consequently improve people's quality of life or create positivism and positive facts for populations in Europe. No, the top priority in the European Union at this moment in time is to ensure the funding of their bunker, the bunker of decreasing majority from Mr. Pons to Fernandez Barreira, a group that includes, of course, Sanchez, person being absolutely benefited from the European Union in the past 6 years because the crimes, the incredible, appalling facts in Spain have gone unnoticed by the European Commission, who keeps an eye on details by conservative governments, and then, on the other hand, the things that are done in Spain, while things in Spain go unnoticed. Absolutely. Right, let's go back to Portugal. Portugal also have a capital problem, main problem, an argument they use to destroy our nations. Doors being open to a non-assimilable population, a population that will never be integrated and that sort of breaks internal security and safety. From Portugal, we get images, pictures that were absolutely unthinkable in the past with all the immigrants you're getting. Yes.
Last probably 8 years, 7 years, 6 years, a huge problem in our internal affairs. Mr. Costa, that is nowadays the head of the European Council, was Prime Minister during 7 years. And during those 7 years, till... Socialista. Sí, claro. But during 7 years, till to 2024, António Costa conduct a policy with open doors. And it means that nowadays we are almost 10 million, 10.5 million that are in immigration in Portugal, almost 2 million people that arrived. And during those last 6, 7 years, it seems that they arrived almost 1.5 million people, new people, from geographies that we had no contact in the last years. They came from Nepal, from Bangladesh, from India, and we have always the traditional immigration from African Portuguese-speaking countries, from Brazil, but that last 7 years it changed completely the picture. So this is the main issue in political situation in Portugal. And when the leader of Chega, André Ventura, spoke about that, what is the answer? What was the answer from those? I return the phrase, the maioria minguante. From the maioria minguante of Portugal, Socialist and Social Democratic Party, Partido Socialista e Partido Social Democrata, was that refused that the figures, refused that was the reality, and we see the reality everywhere, every day, till when we have figures and we have numbers, we have the reality in front of our eyes. And this is probably the huge problem. From last month, we have a new situation that are the boat people that began to arrive to Portugal. The first thing was, last years we don't have that problem, that we have arrived to 38 people that arrived entering Algarve, so coming from Morocco, until now, after 2 months, they are still in Portugal, because even if the government says that they have to be replaced in Morocco immediately, the Portuguese laws they don't allow to do that immediately. They are still there, receiving money, house, everything that the Portuguese, that Pascal spoke about that. We have a lot of people under the degree of woman normal condition to live, and that is the problem. That probably will be the problem in our country in Europe. As I told you, as I have said, the limit is democracy, liberty and freedom. But even with these roles, we will win the next elections in Portugal, everywhere, because we are on the right wing of the truth. Thank you.
El otro día se publicaban.
The other day, some statements by Mr. Orban were published in La Gazzetta. He said immigration is like toothpaste. Once toothpaste is out of the toothpaste tube, it is impossible to put it back. So basically, as Hungary has done, we need to prevent it from coming out. But we are in a different situation. A lot of people have already arrived in our countries, and there's no room for them, there's no place for them, because they cannot make any contribution to those countries. Besides, they are disruptive, totally disruptive elements in those societies. How is this going to be faced or cope with in forthcoming years in different countries? How is this problem going to be fought in Germany? You know, the FDE is already the first party and has gone past the socialist country by far. In Austria, the historic socialist country has almost collapsed too, and the Party of Freedom, the Freedom Party is twice as strong now as the People's Party. Santiago Abascal made it very clear. Who has to leave? Those who are illegal individuals. And of course, the criminals go first. Criminals go first. How are we to face and fight something that has not happened in Europe ever since the Reconquista, the reconquest in Spain. Pascal. In France, the National Rally has put in place a measure. We want to ask the French people about having immigration laws back in French law and not European law. Okay? European rules oblige us, are binding to us and cause us to accept so much immigration. In France, there are between 300,000 and 500,000 immigrants per year, the equivalent of a city like Nice, and they come and settle in France. Why? Because European rules impose that. And this will only get worse because you know that the European Commission will now force us to spot, to identify illegal immigrants in our country. So, the moment we get to power, a referendum will be held so that the French people express themselves, because we are to control our laws back. First things first. And then we will have to go through the social benefit scheme. We ask our people to make incredible financial efforts, so it's not normal, it's not logical for illegal immigrants to be given benefits French people are not entitled to. That is not normal. That is not, right. And some French people cannot go to hospitals. They cannot pay their insurance. So it's not normal for foreign people to come and have access on a free of charge basis. So some rules need to come back, and some laws will have to be back in our hands to have control on immigration back, because that is synonymous with having control of our fate.
Está claro que se puede.
Yes, we can make it. It can be done. Trump proved it.
I will be very quick and short. We don't have this problem because we didn't let them in. We didn't let them in. Just an example. This is for Orban Viktor. You are applauding for Orban Viktor. Reconquista, I always said to my husband, I lived 16 years in Brussels. I saw the end of Western Europe in front of my eyes. I always said to my husband that in 2015 that the Reconquista will come from us. Well, now the patriots gained force. And in Brussels, I would never let my children go alone in the night or on the streets or in a public transport. It's bad, actually. In Hungary, no problem. Really, no problem. My children come home at 12:1 with the public transport, and I'm not afraid. You don't have to let them in. This is what we did. We are paying enormous penalty for this because we defend our borders, because we don't let them in. And actually now, it's basically a bit of a change in the European Union, a bit of a change. So they are saying now what Orban Viktor was saying since 2015, border control, external border control. Now they are saying this, but they still have this asylum pact, which will not change anything. It will not change anything. You don't have to accept, basically, and execute this asylum and migration pact. And just lastly, I said already, but we are basically paying, well, we are not paying, but we should pay 200 million euro because of our border control, and every day 1 million euro a penalty because we don't pay. Can you imagine the amount of money we are paying? Because it's basically an investment to our future and to our security. We do that, but this is really ridiculous and scandalous. You have to change this.
Por mucho que paguéis, vale la pena.
No matter how much you pay, it's worth your while. is worth your while. And whatever you pay for not letting immigrants in, it'll be worth it, absolutely. And in the mid-run, it is profitable to pay those unfair sanctions, because the whole landscape needs to be changed in the European Union to put things apart, to from the Green Deal to the migration pact, all that junk, all that rubbish being generated over the past few decades, which we are suffering from now, all of us. We're running out of time. Let's give our speakers a round of applause, our dear speakers who came from France, Portugal, and Hungary to prove and demonstrate our coordination in Patriots to face a change in time and for us to win. Thank you ever so much.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
Good
morning, everyone. It is a great and enormous pleasure to be here in Madrid once again. I'd like to thank my colleagues from Vox for their invitation. And again, it's a great source of pride to be back in my homeland. I'm Nahuel Sotelo. I'm 30 years old. I'm the Secretary of Cult and Civilization. Cult and Civilization from Argentina, and I'm the youngest civil servant in the Milei administration. Very, very briefly, I'd like to tell you that the Secretary of Cult and Civilization, it's an organization created to work and combat 2030 agenda and many of the delirium that have been conceived in the international organizations. United Nations, Mercosur, G20, and so on. This is a secretariat that not only engages on religious freedom, but also to defend the fundamental and foundational values of our culture and civilization here in the West. But as an Argentinian, I couldn't be talking about the Western civilization of God, of homeland and family, if it was not because of Spain in the first place. Just right here in this land, the Christianity became important here, where it was consolidated and forced the unity of Europe. The Catholic kings united not only the Spanish peninsula, but brought faith and civilization to America, to my homeland. But dear friends, I also have to tell you that from here we can see how Western civilization is being destroyed. Let me use an example. I've used it all the time, but if Santiago invited me to his home today and I go to his place and I break the appliances, the sofa, the tools, cutlery, there's some responsibility in me. But also, if Santiago allows me to do that, this means that the responsibility lays upon him. And if he justifies or applauds my actions, well, I don't have any responsibility no more. And Europe cannot blame only the external factors. The decadence is the responsibility of those that from the inside allow or justify or even applaud the destruction of their civilization. From the inside of Europe, Europe is mother of Christianity and is going down the drains. Dear colleagues, our children are being killed, the promotion of abortion, their families are being broken up with a false cult to solitude, of self-help, or voluntary simplicity. They are erasing God from this continent. And you know why? Because a society with a God is a society with limits. God is being used and it's being taken out of the equation with the divinization of the divinity of the human being and also that of the state. Let me be clear. Some decades ago, they wanted to say that God is dead. From the 60s, French May, from the hippies, with their motto, sex, drugs, and rock and roll, which is translated, no to order, no to law and order. So these youngsters, hippies back then, became sort of opinion makers, university teachers, politicians, journalists, and so on. And from then on, they've looked at the destruction of God permanently, breaking all the principles and values of our Western society. God is dead, yes, of course. But you know, what's the only way to kill God? You can shoot him. You can hide him. The only way you can kill him is to make him, putting him at the level of the human, making the human divine. Let me be clear. In a society where there is a God above all of us, there is a ceiling. The only way that they had in the left to make God disappear is to make the human at the same level of God. The problem is that when you make the human divine and you place the human right at the center, God disappears from the equation. When you make a human divine, you are making divine some humans, and hence the state. So the state will be able to tell you science doesn't matter, you can abort. The state itself can tell you that if you were born as a man and you feel like a woman, no problem, I'll change your national identity and you can be a woman. That way, they killed God slowly but surely. And when this happens, do not be surprised. In this chaos, there is another God, because the divinity of the human being is only happening here in the West. Dear brothers in arms, this is the perverse of these models of social engineering. These are not just theories, these are everyday practices, and this is what I see in the different international organizations. Some would like us to forget our past, and I brought an example of things that we are fighting against with Javier Milei. This is a resolution of the United Nations General Assembly. The title is pretty interesting. This is a resolution to eliminate racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and the different forms of intolerance. And you could not be against it, of course not. But the perverse message here is what it contains. Not many governments are looking at the small letters. I'll just give you some examples. But it states, the resolution, so shocked with the dissemination around the world of extremist movements based on the ideologies that intend to promote nationalistic programs, right-wing programs. Okay, I'll remind you, this is a United Nations resolution. So for many in the United Nations, being nationalist or loving your country or being right-winged, it's something alarming. Okay, next example. So, welcoming establishing of an international mechanism of independent experts. We know what this is. This means that they are experts from any organization, NGO, that generally tend to be not very objective, integrated by 3 experts, and they want to make a change in favor of justice and racial equality within the context of the enforcement law around the world. And it continues, this resolution telling us that they will investigate the responses to the governments to the Pacific protests against racism and contribute to the repression of the victims and accountability. Repression of victims, can you see where the sovereignty of each country is left? Why was I saying this? Well, are they telling us to forget about our past? Welcoming the call to repair and to the old colonial powers to mend the past injustice. This is in the United Nations document. 2 more examples. So it looks with concern the limited resources supporting the permanent forum to support the Afro-descendants, African origin descendants. And also it states that it makes a call to all governments, organizations, NGOs, individuals and other donors to contribute generously to this fund. So, dear friends, Argentina did not consent to today's resolution. But sadly, I must tell you that many of your countries did. That's why, how far is the Spain that defended the faith, the homeland, how far is Europe from their foundational roots? But you know what? We're all here to battle against that. I know what it means living under a government that is ruled by ideas that are against the foundational values. In 2023, Argentina set up a light and against all the traditional politicians, the media, the service, the skepticism, and so on. Just a few of us believed that Javier Milei could be president, and the impossible became possible. Argentina changed. Today, it's a beacon of freedom to the world. Argentina represents hope. And that hope, that fight, is not just financial. This is a cultural battle. A battle for freedom against oppression, from capitalism versus communism, for good versus bad, right versus left. And we're not afraid of stating that. You know what? We're winning that battle. That's why I'm filled with pride when I come to events such as this, and I see so many of you that did not give up. In spite of many telling us that this is not possible, you're here, you're battling, and you're not setting your arms down. And I see you all here, and we can realize that story did not end here. Spain can become mother and the guidance. Europe can still wake up and go back to the most glorious time. That's exactly what happened in Argentina, when just a few of us believed that Javier could become president. So let's not give up the battle, because you need from Argentina, and Argentina needs from you, needs from Europe. This is a cause which is larger than us, defending civilization, which is basically defending three basic pillars. God from Jerusalem, that shows us that the truth does not depend from humans. Roman Republic, order is the foundation of liberty, and democracy from Athens, revealing us that the dignity of humans is set in the participation and responsibility. Without these three pillars, there is no Western world, there's no Europe, there's no Argentina or freedom. So today, more than ever, we need to be brave and not to be silent, and the knowledge to persuade, because the truth is in our side. We have won the socialism, and I know that you can do it as well. In any international forum, I will remind you, and I will claim that Argentina wants the isles, the Malvinas, the Falklands, Georgia, and all the different islands. We're claiming them back. So the victory on the war does not depend on how many soldiers we have, but rather on the strength from the heaven. Let God be with us with this cause from freedom and homeland, and let God bless our nations. Thank you very much.
Gracias, gracias.
Thank you, dear Spanish brothers and sisters. I am honored to be here today in this blessed land, motherhood, our motherland. My home, because Mexico and Spain have a common faith, common blood, common history. For 300 years, we were united. We were one. We should not be ashamed. We should be grateful for it, even though some want us to be apart. But let me put it simple. Let's be thankful. Thank you, Spain, for sharing your Christian faith with us, our very precious legacy. Thank you for cities, hospitals, architecture, a language, arts, law, and traditions which are still alive in Mexico. We were not foes. We were not enemies. We were a family. Today, centuries have gone by and we continue walking together because we become so stronger. Together with the Virgin of Guadalupe, we are unstoppable. She is the patron saint of Mexico, but also the whole of Hispanity. Our mother put a message through to us Mexicans and everybody. I'm here because I am your mother. I am here because I am your mother, a voice that needs to be echoed today in Mexico and Spain. And she will help us beat and have victory. It is really important to be aware that the battle ahead of us is not only political or cultural, it is also spiritual. It is the fight between good and evil, between truth and lies, between life and death. In Spain and in Mexico, we have a common enemy: globalism, progressism, communism, socialism, feminism, radical feminism, and atheism. Atheists seek to remove God from our lives, from our roots, a mission that will never be accomplished, because we are millions sheltered by God, a majority, but the minority makes a lot of noise. But that's all they make, noise. A tree falling down makes more noise than a forest flowering. And we need to continue fighting with our flag: God, life, family, motherland, God, and freedom. Without God, nothing makes sense. He is the origin of creation and the eternal fate. We are all summoned. It's only God that makes us meaningful. Life, because it is God's sacred gift, and we need to defend it from conception to natural death. There will be no peace if abortion continues. If all mothers had a clear belly, they would never have an abortion, because they will see through their belly the very treasure they carry. Motherhood needs to be preserved. Family, it is the core of society. It is in our family that we learn to love and live in truth. Freedom, because it is God's gift. True, genuine freedom. True freedom is not doing what you please or as you please, but doing what you are due to do on the basis of love and freedom. We are to fight for it, because without it, humans are no longer human, but victims to error and lies. Today, I stand here and I tell you, stand on your feet, continue fighting. The history of Spain and Mexico shows that we are unstoppable with our faith and with God. Man fights, God gives you the victory. Approximately 2 years ago, on the 7th of September, in 2023, inspired by the film Sound of Freedom, a film about the great issue, the big problem of children's trafficking for sexual exploitation with the United States and Mexico. The United States is the first consumer of children, and Mexico is the country offering those children. I am appalled by that. I am a Mexican that loves the United States too, and I thought I had to do something. The film was great. What's the legacy of it? Well, it is thanks to that film that I am inspired to put an end to that nightmare. I registered as an independent candidate and I put myself up as a candidate for Mexico's presidency. The National Electoral Institute of Mexico asked me to have 1 million signatures on an app which was no use and which was controlled by them, by those who are crooked, by the communists. But we did it. We made it, being aware that we would not be allowed to compete, but we created a movement in doing so, a movement called Movimiento Viva Mexico. We're now creating a party called Viva Mexico. They might not let us compete either. Doesn't matter. We will continue putting up a good fight because we are called to put up a battle, and it will be God that gives us the victory. And we will make it. We will continue fighting to the very last minute. As is the case with Sound of Freedom, the film, experts in Hollywood told us the film will not work, the film will not be watched by anybody, it will fail. You're wasting your time. But you have a choice. You have two options. It's either you give up, you throw the towel, or when it comes to saving lives, you don't give up, you don't throw the towel, and you keep on. And that's what we chose. We kept on walking, even though all experts in Hollywood told us we were wasting our time. 4 years the film was blocked. Every day I would close my eyes and think, what would happen if it were my boy, if it were my daughter, if it were my nephew? What would I do? I would want the whole world to take a minute to stop and help me find them. Well, that's my motto. That's my motivation. We shall never stop. We will keep on walking. We will continue showing the film to the whole world. And eventually, a small studio came about. And I asked God, send me an angel for someone to rescue that film, for us to be able to raise awareness about this appalling reality. And all of a sudden, Angel Studios called me. The film was released in 2023, in July, competing with Indiana Jones, Mission Impossible. I remember that very day. I did a lot of interviews, and then the CEO of Angel Studios called me that day, and he asked me, did you see what happened? And I said, no, I had no time. We are first. We were able to win, even beat Indiana Jones. Thank God for that. Thank God for that. A week later, we overtook Mission Impossible, an impossible mission, but we made it. Hollywood did not believe in the film, but people did. People went to the pictures, watched the film. They would have, they would do selfies, videoing, and, when they watched the film, hundreds of thousands of videos being published on social media. And Sound of Freedom is no longer a film. It is a social movement that contributes to raising awareness so that all of us together can stop children's trafficking for sexual purposes. I hope all of you can contribute, and I hope all of you think about your children. What would happen if your son, if your daughter is missing and you are not likely to see him or her again? Perhaps you might not see them ever again. It is with that fear, that we need to take action so that that doesn't happen ever, because that is not a situation for a child at all. Children cannot be sold. So do what you would like others to do for you and for your family. Together, without a doubt, we will make it. We will put an end to that appalling reality. Families, raise your voice as a single united Hispanic family so that our hopeful slogan can be heard. Viva España, viva México, viva la Virgen de Guadalupe, viva Cristo Rey, long live Cristo Rey. God bless Spain, God bless Mexico, God bless the whole world. Bless you all. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I'm here, yes. Okay. Pues muy buenas.
Right, good afternoon. I think that we're going to have interpretation to the English, so Tom can actually understand what we're talking about.
Do you have here the translation? But we need translation in front of us, if it is possible. Please. Muy buenas. Veo que no hemos llenado estas salas, con lo cual hay que
Right, good
llamar
afternoon.
a la gente que está ahí fuera consumiendo.
I don't think that everybody is filling the room, so we should be calling the people outside having drinks, having beer, so they can join in.
Tenemos un tema
Right.
para un fin de semana.
So we could be talking here for the whole weekend.
Muchas naciones,
Europe,
tradición,
many nations, traditions,
identidad
identity,
y soberanía.
and sovereignty.
Y estamos
And
con dos personas, una que está aquí
we
y la
have
otra
two
que está por
people
llegar.
here. One is already here, and the other one is just about to arrive. The first one, it's Tom van den Driesch. Please give it a big hand to Tom. Be welcome.
Es el líder,
He is the leader, the boss of the delegation of the Flemish interest party within Patriots in Europe, the Belgian party. And he's a young person, as you can see, but he's been devoted to politics all his life, defending his country, his fellow countrymen, his nation, and we've been friends even before in the last term when I was in the LCR, because Tom was one of the hardliners in the Commission of Freedoms in terms of immigration. So we had a very good relationship. And the other person that's not here today, she's coming from the airport. You know, Spain has become very catastrophic in terms of timetables and so forth. It's King Gagal, Vice President of the Patriots for Europe, Vice President of Fidesz, and head of, Vice President of Patriots for Europe and our political group. So the question that I'm going to pose to Tom is very simple.
it is clear that Europe and the European Union are two different things. Many people say that Europe is its nations. But then, if the European Union attacks the nations, the European Union attacks Europe. Is correct to say that we patriots are the true defenders of Europe? What is your opinion about that, your experience in Brussels?
Absolutely, Jorge. If you look at 70 years of European cooperation and coming together in one way or another, then we have seen that the original idea of the European cooperation was about peace and prosperity. And what we are seeing now, that the European Union is turning into this bureaucratic monster that is creating war and poverty. This is not what it was originally intended for. The slogan of the European Union still is unity in diversity. And I think our 5,000 years of European civilizational history has shown that we have extraordinary qualities, but we are not all the same. We speak different languages, we have different tastes in food or in fashion or in any other aspect, but yet we belong to a common European civilization. So we belong together as we are a family, but in a family not everybody is the same. And this is exactly what the European Union is aiming for. They want the destruction of the nation state, the destruction of identity. They want everything to be centralized, uniformized, and so that a bureaucracy can decide, and no longer the people can decide for themselves with the instrument of their nation state.
Tom vive en el país Bélgica, en la
lives
parte norte,
in
Flandes.
Belgium, in the north, in Flanders.
Yo creo que una pregunta que es importante hacer,
And I think it's very important to ask, because we think that Brussels wants to destroy the identities of our own nations, and you might think
quien vive cerca de Bruselas, como
those who live next to Brussels, like Tom,
no se ve afectado por las políticas
is not going to be impacted by Brussels policies. My question is, the identity of your nation, of your country,
has been affected also by the politics in Brussels.
Absolutely. You know, historically, Brussels is a Flemish city, as Madrid is a Spanish city. But we have seen an influx of migration over the last 40 to 50 years. I might say a deliberate migration policy has been conducted. And for example, in a town called, a part of Brussels called Molenbeek, maybe you have ever heard of it. It's like a caliphate at the center of Brussels. It's almost completely Islamized. The women are no longer dare to go in the streets without headscarves, for example. It is being imposed. By the process of mass migration, our culture has disappeared and replaced as well ethnically, as culturally, as socially, as politically. So at this moment, I think this part of Brussels is like a demonstration what happens if our generation does not stop this deliberate mass migration policies. We will no longer have a home country, as the people in the community of Molenbeek no longer are at home right now. And this, I think, is the #1 issue in our political generations. We can see, you know, the French sociologist once said that demography is destiny. And I'm truly convinced that this is the truth, because if you just look at the demographic numbers, the population of Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, is rising this century from 1 billion to 4 billion people, while in European countries, the peoples are declining and aging. So the vitality is diminishing in our cultures. And I think this is due to deliberate policy, not only the mass migration policy, but also the anti-family policy. the anti-women policy. It's the gender ideology that has been imposed on us. Where does this nonsense all come from? You might ask, because like 10 years ago, nobody was talking about this bullshit.
300 genders.
It's very weird. I think there are only 2 genders. You have a male and a female, and a child has a right to have parents which are male and female. But this is, I think, very important to understand that it's not only a negative approach to our identity being attacked from the outside by the mass migration coming in, but also from the inside with policies that are no longer friendly for our families.
Muy bien está, vamos, me parece.
Right.
Un elemento nuevo, porque cuando hablamos.
Thank you for introducing this new element in the sort of argument when we talk about the identity of the Flemish, of the Spaniards, or the French. They're not just threatened from the outside, but also anything that dissolves the unity, the minimum cultural homogeneity that we need. In terms of Belgium, I'd like to ask Tom, when did the process of massive immigration start in Belgium? Belgium had their small colonies in Africa. What is the moment in time? Well, we believe it's about 15 years ago when we see this explosion, but in Belgium it started earlier. So could you tell us about how did the whole process came about?
Elements to migration, because migration is a big box with lots of complexities in it. Not all migration is bad, for example, but there are a lot of determinant factors, and one is the amount of people that are coming. The second is the quality. How far are they from us? We have a lot of Italian or Spanish or Greek migration in the 1950s, for example. This has been completely absorbed in our community, and they have become Flemish amongst the Flemish, with, of course, Spanish or Greek or Italian heritage, but nevertheless, Flemish amongst the Flemish. And so the speed, the time frame, and the quality of the people. Now, if you look at migration, the generation of my grandparents, or might I say my parents, my father was born in 1945, my mother in 1944, they have grown up in an almost 100% Flemish Flanders. And I think your grandparents were also raised in an almost 100% Spanish Spain. And so the mass migration flows are quite diverse. We first had labor migration of mainly Southern European countries in the 1950s. But then by the turn of the 1960s, 1964, 1965, there was a change in the economy. First of all, we had the golden 60s, so there was a shortage of labor in certain countries, while in other countries there were a surplus of labor. And second, and this is one also very important, is that coal got replaced by oil as the most important energy source in our economy. And so we had a transformation of the economy from resource-based, territory-based, to harbor-based. Now, why am I telling you this? Because it's interesting to understand what we are facing right now, 50 years ago. So what happened? We first had limited numbers in a time frame of 20 years after the Second World War of people who are of a common European civilization. So they got upstored, no problem whatsoever. Then afterwards, big business, the coal industry and the mining industry, well, they needed to lower their costs because their business model was outdated because oil was replacing coal.
They had to compete.
So what they did, instead of raising the wages of the miners, they imported illegally, with the help of the Belgian government, Moroccans, Turkish, Algerians. So this was in the 1960s and the 1970s. There was no necessity for that. It was to save a failed business model, which it's like subsidizing an economy. In the end, it always stops because, like Margaret Thatcher once said, eventually you run out of other people's money in socialism. So basically, so these people were imported. And the benefits of this were for the big mining corporations, but the cost was for society. not only financially, but also culturally, security-wise, politically, and so on. Now, in 1973, due to the oil crisis, we had a migration stop. So no labor migration was allowed. But these people who came on a contract from Morocco for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, of course, they were no longer willing to leave. Because if you compare the standard of living back then in Morocco, or even right now, with the one in Belgium, I can understand the personal drive to stay in Flanders. So they were allowed to bring their families to Belgium. And this is one of the major sources of migration still at this moment, is the family reunification model. But added to that, while we have a migration stop, while we still had fairly limited migration of Moroccans, it was 250,000 in a population of 9.5 million back then, 10 million back then. So it still is quite containable. And we have seen since then that the asylum procedure is completely perverted and corrupted and being misused as a tool to migrate. And the migration numbers in 1990 of asylum alone was 10,000. Back then my party cried out, we must stop this, this is madness. This is not what it was intended for. These people must seek refuge. If they flee for war, they must seek refuge in their neighboring countries, but not travel thousands of kilometers to Brussels or my hometown of Bruges or Antwerp or any other city. And we have seen these numbers increase year after year after year. This year, 50,000 asylum seekers are coming to Belgium. Just to compare that to Holland, due to the policies of the Geert Wilders government, it has lowered to 15,000. In Denmark, where they have the sovereignty, they have still the sovereignty over their migration policies, they have, I think, 3,000 or 1,500 or 3,000 asylum seekers. So Belgium, I might say, is like the sinkhole of the migration policy in Europe. We have the most open borders and the most open social security to benefit from without ever having contributed to. And this is just not sustainable.
Yeah. Es un punto que ha, si os habéis estado atentos, hay un
If you were listening carefully to Tom's story, there is something very relevant, and it's very difficult to understand. He explained in 1973 the oil crisis, so hundreds of thousands of foreigners, they brought them to the country, they were working, they sort of mixed with the local population, but then they went unemployed. And two things, they don't go back to their countries in spite that they don't have any work. So they should go back to their countries because that's what justified the immigration process. Obviously in Belgium, they are much better in terms of safety or security and the welfare system, but also there's a new law passed on family grouping or reunion. So one person is going to reunite different people, maybe 10, 9, 3, 5, 9, 11 people that do not work, and these are just a burden to the system. And it's very difficult to explain that situation. Because you might think instinctively, okay, that worker has the right to have their family around. Yes, but we need to keep a balance between that situation and the decomposition of the social model. If suddenly you introduce 200 people from Bangladesh because they are being reunited in a street in Barcelona, they do not need to integrate in the society of Barcelona since they have their own small society, their own group. That's how these small multicultural models have started to build. That is a lie. Nobody integrates in society in the welcoming countries. And Tom also, on the other hand, talked about the welcoming country vision. Spaniards, we always say our parents, our grandparents went to work after the war to Belgium, France, Germany, or Switzerland. And as a representative of a welcoming country, you go, yes, the Italians, Spaniards, so the northern of Europe was wealthier, there was a lot of work, so there's no problem of integration. They would become to be citizens, contributing, paying taxes, and paying social security contributions, and contributing for the Belgian nation to be larger.
Just one more element to it is that what is the most perverse of this whole story I told about mass migration to Flanders is that at this moment, business community is advocating the importation, unlimited, of low-skilled, low-educated, so low-paid migrants from Bangladesh, from Pakistan, from Nigeria, and so on. So it's very important to understand that it's a migration model. And what is problematic, not only economically or financially, but also socially and culturally and politically, is that we can see the effects of that on the social cohesion of the people and the nation, but also on our freedoms and liberties. You see, when there's a large Islamic community, as I mentioned, which is the case in Brussels, then one culture replaces the other. One set of norms and value replaces the other, and this reflects in the ballot box, with a mayor being a Muslim, with policies being Muslim-inspired policies. And there is just no bridge big enough to bridge the difference between these two. For example, we have the separation of church and state. It's rooted in our European history. This does not exist in the Islamic world. The respect for women, as we see it, is completely not compatible with the way they see it in Iran or any other radical Islamist regime, for example. And what we see is that the more people you get on a short time frame, which is
Cuanta más gente viene de diferentes culturas en un periodo corto de tiempo, donde esas diferencias no.
So you get a nation of multiple minorities, but these are all competing with each other for power, for welfare benefits, and so on, for their place in society. And this is just not compatible. Headscarves for women, for example, are not compatible with our way of life. It should be banned, and we want to ban it in Belgium. But you see more and more schools allowing headscarves. We see even Muslim schools that are being established. And so this is one aspect, is that the socio-cultural unity of the nation is broken. And this has an effect on the liberties of people. Why? For example, all this rhetoric about hate speech, about so-called racism and so on, which must be combated, and the state must enforce it on social media. Maybe you have said something wrong, you can get fired from your employee, or you get fined by the state. This is a totalitarian approach. So it is to me clear that the paradox of the liberalist idea, open borders, and everybody in the world is like a factor labor, or a consumer, and can move across the globe where the market predicts it, the market optimum is. This is nonsense, because it implies that our freedoms are being banned and diminished. We can no longer say whatever we want, or it's hate speech. And on the other hand, the traditional social democratic idea of the welfare state, for example, where we can look after each other if you're sick, or you get well education, even if you don't have a lot of money. I think this is a positive idea. And it's not a social democratic idea, but they nevertheless consider it as being one of their objectives. Well, this is just not compatible with open borders, because out of every data we know that migrants from sub-Saharan Africa are more unemployed. Half of them are not working in Belgium, while we Flemish people have a labor participation from 18 to 65 of 80%. So 80% of all Flemish are working, but they are not. Their contribution to economy is lower because they are lower skilled. So it's just there's this paradox goes also for the social democratic idea of sharing and through taxes and building a social welfare system. And why is this important? Because in the end, if this continues, when the liberals are advocating open borders from a market policy approach, or the social democrats or the socialists are advocating open borders from a humanist approach, then both their objectives become nullified because you get a totalitarian state which is unfreer, and you get the privatization of everything in society. You can see this in South Africa or in South America and Brazil, gated communities, private housing, private schooling, private security services, private energy services, name it. So everything gets privatized. And for us nationalists, this means, I think, that as well the liberal model as a socialist model is basically one of the same. And the nationalist and the conservatives idea are the alternative to this bankruptcy, this corruption.
¿No veis qué bueno que es? Es impresionante, Tom, qué bien.
You are incredible, Tom. You are great in explaining everything. You are so very clear in explaining your experience in Belgium. That's why your party is so powerful, Vlaams Belang. And what you said, the arrival of massive immigration in an uncontrolled way lays the foundations for an internal civil war, a domestic civil war, because communities emerge that don't recognize each other, communities that have nothing in common, that have no projects in common. And that you can see already. You mentioned the example of Molenbeek. How do you pronounce it? Molenbeek. We have our own examples too. The Raval district in Barcelona. There are places in Spain where we can already see that Spain is not there. Spain is not recognized there. Those of you who have been to Brussels, you can see it so easily if you walk in a straight line for 15 minutes. It's like going to Africa, touring Africa. And you go from Europe to Africa, from Africa to Asia, depending on the street you are at. It's like different countries you can see. And that contributes to dissolving the nation. I think our second speaker is here already, Kinga Gal, Vice President of Patriots for Europe, the Vice President of our group.
Don't worry.
Hi, my friends.
Vice President.
You have the translation here in English. If you want, you can speak English, you can speak French. Hungary, I think we don't.
I'm sorry for not speaking Spanish.
No problem, no problem. Kinga, vamos a... hemos estado...
Right, Kinga. We've been talking about identity, immigration, concerning Brussels, and Belgium and Spain. But the situation in Hungary is different. In Hungary, Hungary is a country with no applications for asylum. Zero. No foreigners have applied for asylum in Hungary, while in Spain it is thousands, and in Spain is hundreds of thousands of people seeking asylum. Hungary is suffering, like any other country in Europe, the consequence of Europe's centralized power. Brussels have started, together with the Commission and the Court of Justice, an attack against Hungary. I would like you, in your first intervention, to explain the audience what is actually happening with the Asylum Act and what sanctions are being imposed on Hungary, and how is Mr. Orban responding to that and the government in your country.
Thank you for the invitation and the possibility to speak here. It's always a pleasure to be among Vox friends. 10 years ago, when the whole mass migration crisis started with the famous sentence of Mrs. Merkel, "Wir schaffen das," Hungary, the Hungarian government led by Viktor Orban, decided to take a different step. Because for us, it was very important that we Hungarians should be able to say and decide whom we would like to live with. So we said that we won't open up our borders. What we have seen it, the Hungarian capital was invaded by young men having all mobile phones and being quite aggressive. So the people realized that these are less asylum seekers, more migrants who are organized to move on. So the decision was taken that we won't let migrants in, illegal migrants in. We won't obey the obligations put by Brussels, and we first built fence. We made a zone where they could turn back, but they were not allowed in the country. And after 10 years, we can say that actually we have no mass illegal migration in Hungary with all its benefits today, because you can easily walk on the streets even in night in Budapest. You don't have to fear for your sons and daughters, for the women, and even the Jews are in total safety on the streets of Budapest or in the cities of Hungary. Of course, it was not seen or perceived well by Brussels, by the Commission, and since then we took this decision. We are on constant attack. Actually, these attacks are against our sovereignty. They are attacking our decisions. They took us to the court in several cases, and recently the court decided that we have to pay each day €1 million. I mean, each day we have, since that court decision, we pay €1 million for not letting illegal migrants in and not keeping up with the migration pact, which is forced on us, and we think that is forced on many of the member states. We had to pay an extra fine for 250 million or so, but the most devastating is the €1 million, which is paid each day. Nevertheless, we all agree in Hungary, we agree in Fidesz, that this is the only way how to preserve our country, our nation, our Europe as we wish, as we inherited it, and as we would like to inherit to our further on to our children. Because if we don't take this stance, we don't keep this up, it's a matter of time that we lose. And we do think that the societies in Western Europe are already in that stage that is very difficult to turn back. So for the time being, we are fighting, we are doing everything our best, we don't give up, and we are happy that what we see today is that we cannot say that we had right. We are right, and we will be right in the future with this policy.
Please note the huge difference between Viktor Orban's government, with Fidesz in Hungary and the governments of the People's Party and the Socialist Party in Spain. Here, in order to be recipient of European funding, we gave up and we opened our borders, while in Hungary, to continue preserving their borders, they are prepared to pay 1 million euros every day, sanction-wise, for a simple reason. Hungary don't want to accept the deceitful asylum application. Once asylum seekers come in your country, they will not go out. Yes, I can receive immigrants, but they can't stay in the embassy in Albania or wherever and seek asylum from there. So just by not opening the border, that is actually what opening the border means. So Hungary is suffering the consequence of it. Right, let's go back in time. Last week in Strasbourg, last week we had debate on the state of the nation. Ursula uttered 1.5 hour speech. González Pons spoke to the leader of the People's Party's delegation. And Ursula, one of the things she said is that in her future Europe, there will not be unanimity. She said the shackles of unanimity need to be removed. She was most likely thinking about Hungary or Slovakia or Poland in the last government, countries that do oppose Ursula's proposals and proposals by the Commission. What does unanimity mean in the European project? In what way is unanimity the guarantee of sovereignty? Question to both of you. Would you go first? Kinga, and you can follow.
This week in Strasbourg, on Wednesday, during the State of the Union debate, the speech of Ursula von der Leyen and afterwards the intervention of political leaders, and I would refer especially here to the leader of the European People's Party group, the EPP. There were some outspoken issues which we could never believe that a president of the Commission or a leader of the biggest group in the European Parliament should dare to say. And I'm saying what they clearly questioned is that this European Union is built on the treaties, and it is built on the national sovereignty, and that we all acknowledge the national sovereignty of the member states. Otherwise, this union will fall, will do not exist. Ursula von der Leyen, as president of the Commission, saying that the unanimity, the basic right of the member state governments, based on the treaties, enshrined in the treaties, can be neglected, override, that's unbelievable. It's questioning the sense of the whole union and the work of the union. So when they preach rule of law, then I'm asking whose rule of law are they talking about? Because what they are talking is only their rule of law. And then I come back to the speech given by Manfred Weber as leader of the EPP group. He himself said that national sovereignty, and I'm quoting, is a Potemkin building. That means it does not have any sense, does not make any sense in reality, and it will be overruled. I mean, these are very, very dangerous issues, because if we start to eat up the basis of this cooperation in the Union, the basis of the cooperation between the European institutions, that will really erode the whole European Union, the whole principle of the Union. And what we are witnessing for the past years, it's really already shocking. Because what has been done during the past years, if you followed the crisis, there was financial crisis, then there was the migration crisis, then there was a pandemic. And from each crisis, energy crisis, from each crisis, the European Commission tried to grab more and more power and tried to grab more power into build in a more centralized form of ruling. And this will be the detriment of not only national sovereignty of member states and governments who are elected and who can be changed, where we see that the Brussels bubble is untouchable. So it's also a question of basic democracy, going against the founding treaties, going against the founding principles of the founding fathers, and leaving Europe in a big crisis. So I think what we have witnessed on Wednesday, it's very dangerous, and it's showing that this Commission, if stays on, will not help the European citizens in their basic problems, but this Commission is the problem itself. That is why they have to go. That is why we started Patriots, this motion of censure on Thursday.
Tom, the unanimity from Belgium between Germany and France.
Well,
What do you think?
I would like to add some remarks on what Kinga basically said. We started the discussion with how the European cooperation started. And at the origin, I think it is a positive idea. But this was always based from the perspective of nation states. This is the lesson of history, where bigger states can no longer impose their will on smaller states, or economically stronger states can no longer impose their will on economically less powerful states. But this they have forgotten, and indeed their policies are failing in every aspect. Their economic policy is failing. The US, if we compare it to 20 years ago, the US went from 25% on global GDP to 28%, while the European Union went from 25 to 17. How come? This is due to the European Union. They make us poorer, not richer, not stronger. Their migration policy, obviously, as we have seen and already discussed, is failing massively. Kinga mentioned that in every crisis, the euro crisis, migration crisis, COVID crisis, and so on, indeed their solution is always the same. More European Union, more centralized power. And I think this is because they have a utopist vision of this European cooperation. They just think, like the communists, that heaven is only one revolution away. We must continue the revolution, a permanent revolution. And people are revolting all across Europe against these failed policies. They want to take their countries back, they want to take their freedoms back, they want to have their nation back, because they want to have a say in policy. And this is not what the European Union wants. They want their policies imposed on everybody. And this is why these annoying states with their veto rights, this must be abolished. So you see that their aim, basically, if you look at it from a democratic perspective, is that they want to take power away from people on governing themselves and their own country, and they want to transfer it to the bureaucracy and to the aristocracy, to the judges. You might also know that here in Spain, I think it's quite the same. Suddenly, judges are determining which asylum seeker gets to stay in the country, and no longer the politics. Or the bureaucrats are deciding. But then you no longer have a democracy. In my opinion, the essence of a democracy is that the will of the people is respected. And this, of course, contradicts with the political aims of the European Union.
Sin duda. La unanimidad es la garantía de la
The unanimity is the guarantee of freedom and the sovereignty of nations. If in the Council all states take the decision, except one, to go to a crazy nonsense war, the citizens of that country might end up involved in a war that they don't want to, they haven't voted for, and that's exactly the point. Why nations are still there. That's why Ursula and also they would like to end up with that, because no country would like to raise their hand and tell, well, my people doesn't want the Green Deal, doesn't want the asylum policy, they don't want to go to an unfair war, a war that we cannot win, whatever it is. I think this is a key, a fundamental issue here. All this propaganda from the media tell us that unanimity is an obstacle, a hurdle for Europe to advance. But we should explain that precisely what impedes that Europe advances is the bureaucracy that we find in Brussels. Let's turn now to Hungary. And a question that I believe that impacts quite a lot to the identity of Hungarians, which is their Hungarian communities outside, abroad, in Romania, in Ukraine. I would like Kinga, please. The Spaniards don't really get a real situation or opinion about what Orban or Fidesz think about certain issues. How are Hungarian people living war, invasion of Russia in Ukraine? What's the position of the Hungarian government in terms of their sovereignty? I don't know if you would like to maybe for 5 minutes tell us a little bit about what's the situation. How do you see that? You know, recently an oil pipe has taken sort of materials to Hungary. Raw materials has been bombarded, and nobody in Brussels have supported Hungary.
But first, let me get back with just one sentence about, in general, the attitude of the Commission, the European Union towards peace. We have to remind ourselves, and we have to remind the Brussels bubble elite, the bureaucrats, that actually this European Union was created to keep peace, to avoid war, and to keep the well-being of the people, of the citizens of the European Union. And what we see today, that we are very close to get into a war, which is not our war, and very close to lose all the well-being what was created here during the last 10 years. And what we are witnessing here, that there are mistakes done, and nobody wants to learn from these mistakes, from those who are creating these mistakes. I'm referring here again to the Migration Pact. I'm referring here to the Green Deal, which is killing all of us. And if you ask answers, you want answers, like we did, the Patriots, in this debate on Wednesday, then nobody really gives these answers. They are going on with their, and even enforcing their mistakes. They don't learn from their mistakes. Getting back to Hungary, we are a country where the war is on our border. So it's not far away, thousands and thousands of kilometers, but it's there at the border. And because of the history, which not the Hungarians decided up, we have Hungarians outside the Hungarian borders almost in all of our regions. So we have Hungarians living next to the border in Ukraine. And these Hungarians are enrolled in the army in Ukraine and give their lives for Ukraine. But what we see when we say that we don't want war, that we don't want to send army, that it has to be stopped, this war, we have to say it also because we have our Hungarians on the other side of the border. And unfortunately, many of them are forced into the armies and onto the battlefield without even being properly prepared for it. So it's a very serious, a very tragic situation. That is our very firm stance, that we don't want this war to continue, and there is no solution on the battlefield to this war. It has to be a diplomatic solution, and it's better sooner than later. On the other hand, what we maybe here in Madrid or further in Europe, it's not such an evident issue. We face it in Hungary and in the Central European countries, that fast and so-called enforced enlargement of the Union, the accession of Ukraine, fast and done because of geopolitical reasons, it would be a huge mistake. We see it already in Central Europe. It will be a disaster for our agriculture, for our farmers, for our industry. It's really a big, big problem. And I know that Europe will face this, but nobody is talking about these issues honestly today. So we don't have to allow that this mistake should be done, because it will be detriment of the whole EU. And then back to the question of Hungary, we always feel that it is difficult to take a stand and keep firmly your national interest, because you are punished. I just mentioned, because of our migration point of view, the 1 million euro fine. But we are excluded from the Erasmus and Horizon programs for students and researchers. We don't get the COVID money, which we should get. And we are punished everywhere. But I still believe that it is very important. There are governments, there are member states who clearly express that it is important to follow the interest of the citizens, of the own people, and not just nice ideological dreams, because that will at the end kill us. It will damage our society, it will damage our economy. From society point of view, what we see with all this migration issue, it's very clear that the demographic processes are the ones, the challenges are the ones why many of the big member states decide that they will take in migrants, illegal migrants, even in this mass quantity. But what we are saying in Hungary, and I know that not many, only very few, if there are any, among the member states follow this, that answers to demographic challenges can be done with adequate family policies. So that's why we concentrate on very good family policies, helping the families, the young, the mothers, and saying that we don't let the woke ideology into our schools and into our kindergartens, and we protect our children. And it is also something which is not beloved or easily accepted in the European bubble.
Yeah.
I think we only have about 8 minutes left, and since they are the protagonists here, we should give them the floor. Just a final comment from my side, and I'll turn to them immediately. European identity, this idea does not exist. And in the treaties themselves, we do not see that. In no European Union treaty in force, we can see European identity written there. In the past, and in the Maastricht Treaty in 1992, they spoke about that, and later on, they just eliminated that. And on the Treaty of Lisbon, they don't talk about European identity, because the European identity is the identity of its nations. But they do talk about the identity of each nation, the territorial integrity, the sovereignty of each and every one of those nations, which is what we have to advocate for from these positions. One of the elements of the nation's identity is freedom. Freedom. And Tom is a big defender of freedom. How many months or years have you been fighting against Meta, Facebook?
Yes. Cuéntanos, tienes 4 minutes to conclude for your part, 3 minutes.
Okay.
Maybe you can explain about that.
Yes. This is a very particular story, because some 15 years ago, with the Arab Spring, when there were all uprisings in the Middle East, the use of social media to build a political movement was applauded across the board. When Barack Obama, even before, won the elections, they were all applauding what a wonderful tool to engage with citizens that normally don't go to vote or are hesitant to vote. But when suddenly Brexit came and Donald Trump won the elections, then it was a tool of Satan, maybe. And because and since then they have been restricting free speech. So I personally, after the events in January 6th in the United States, I had nothing to do with that. But nevertheless, I was banned on Facebook, having the 3rd largest Facebook page in Flanders as a politician. I was banned. I could not post anything for a year. So I went to court with the support of my party, and we actually won this. There is like direct censorship, you cannot post something, but also indirect, where you can post something but nobody sees it anymore. This is a subtle way of censorship. So I think this is a very important battle. And if you look at it in historical perspective, well, in the Middle Ages, they banned the printing press because it was too dangerous for the Catholic Church, for example. In the 19th century, they banned the radio. You need to have a license to have the radio because it was too difficult for those in power. And this is exactly what's going on. Those in power want to remain in power, regardless of what the citizens' opinion is. So at the heart of it, we have talked about the European cooperation, peace, prosperity, but also the liberties, the democracy. We are not the anti-democrats, as they say of the nationalists. I think that nationalism is a liberationist movement to break the shackles of this elite that is not elected, that is not accountable for, and is definitely not doing policies in our interests.
Thank you.
Now, our colleague Kinga will conclude this panel. I'm just going to turn to her so she concludes. And any subject that you feel it's appropriate in terms of nation sovereignty, I'll also like to offer you the chance to talk about something which is becoming very important in European politics, and this is the use of European funds by Brussels paid to NGOs. Many of those NGOs are part of the Soros Foundation to hamper nations such as Hungary, but also Spain. Let's remember that Soros and its environment were monitoring the October 2017 coup d'etat in Catalonia, and they've been following all the important issues as well. So the floor is yours. Kinga, you have 3 minutes, like in Strasbourg, to conclude.
According to Strasbourg rules. Thank you, Jorge. Well, I have to start 1 year ago. I think it was extremely important how the people all over Europe express themselves through the votes in the European elections, saying that they want change. They want to go back to the common sense, that we should bring back common sense to Europe and go back to the principles on which the EU is built on. So I am very proud, really proud, that we were able to form the Patriots group in the Parliament first, and then the Patriots Party, because we are the ones who are giving those answers which the people are wanting to hear and need to hear all over Europe. And since then, since we are the third largest party in the European Parliament and have the power to say things, that's what we are doing now. That's why we could have such a debate on Wednesday afternoon on migration, which would have been unbelievable before, about the real problems of mass illegal migration. That's how we could challenge the Commission, the President of the Commission, about Green Deal, about Migration Pact, about centralization, power grabbing, about hurting national sovereignty. And our role as group in the European Parliament and as European Party is to help our parties all over Europe to win elections, to help you to win election, to change, to bring that change that is so needed. So what I'm saying is this change is there. There will be elections now in the Czech Republic, in the Netherlands, I hope in France, and I hope soon here. And I've seen how the numbers are going up for Vox. So what I can say at the end, Viva Vox, Viva Santiago Abascal.
Pues muchas gracias. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Y viva Flandes, y viva Hungría, y viva Europa
long
también,
live,
Europa de las
long
patrias,
live
la Europa de las
Flanders,
naciones.
long
Muchas
live
gracias.
Hungary, long live the Europe of nations.
Y ahora, como estaréis oyendo, ya le veis ahí a Ricardo Ruiz de la Serna y a
You can
Figaredo y a
already
Carlos
see
Sánchez, que se nos han
Ricardo
metido
Luis
en
de
el
la
micro.
Serna, Figaredo.
Carlos al medio. Oye, es verdad que nos estoy oyendo ya, ¿eh?
A ver,
Aquí se han dejado una,
sí, sí.
Aquí se han dejado una acreditación.
Someone forgot his credential here.
Pero estamos aquí, ¿no?
Here we are.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Menos mal que me
Well,
a moderar. Buenas tardes a todos.
thank God I'm here to chair the session. My name is Ricardo Ruiz de la Serna. I am in charge for chairing the session, though I don't know if I will be able to do so, as you can see. But, well, I think this is going to be a conversation between three friends. José María Figaredo, the man of economics. I would like to say thank you, Patriots, for inviting me to chair the session. And I would like to send my greetings to dear organizations of ours
que nos están siguiendo y que están prestando atención a lo que aquí se habla esta tarde. Who
are following the session. Well, we've been asked to talk about two subjects which are central in Spain, two subjects which possibly stand out in the this survey: employment and housing. In Spain, housing is really concerning for many young people, for families who see how their youngsters have really difficulties in having a home. Right, in Europe, the European Union has a commissioner specifically on housing, but the European Union has no powers housing-wise. How could you explain that paradox? Well, first of all, I am very happy to be here with you in Vista Alegre in this event, and I'm very happy to be with José María and Ricardo. Right, housing in Europe is indeed paradoxical because, yes, there are no powers in the European Union as such, but there is a trend to invade areas and realms that were formerly the prerogative of nations, of states. And someone recently said sovereignty no longer exists. So in this post-sovereign era, housing in each member state and its management seems to be a vested interest with some of these technocrats. We ought to take into account that member states are very singular and different. Things can't compare, you know, how people experience home feelings and perceptions, you know, if you compare things between the West and the East. And basically, we can say that countries, nations have now very little power on this subject. José María, what do you think? It's really complicated, but basically we need to consider a dual perspective in Spain, and I take it most of the audience is from Spain, and you know what the situation is like in Spain for decades. For decades, we have been told that devolution is positive. Autonomous regions in Spain, and blah, blah, blah. If you choose things that are closer to your territory, it is easy, isn't it? Are you familiar with that type of discourse? Yes. And so we are told autonomous regions are great because they legislate their region so much more efficiently, better than the state. We've been told that for decades. However, nations are now weakened and their powers have been broken down so that they can be transferred on to someone who is based remotely, someone in an office in Brussels. Isn't it funny? So yes, we've been told the same old story about fantastic devolution, and now we're all to do the bidding of Brussels and literally apply laws and legislation issued by people in an office in Brussels, people who are Greeks, Spaniards, who have lived in Brussels for years and years, for 20 years. So those guys there write the legislation on housing in a subject they have no power on. And then what happens if you discuss it, as we do in Vox? Well, you are against Europe if you start discussing our legislation about housing. You don't believe in Europe. Well, it's not that I don't believe in Europe. I believe in Europe for what it is for, as a union of free, sovereign nations that were willing to share industry aspects, steel, but not housing law. Housing law is now written and drawn up by someone in an office, appointed by the European Commission. That's the dynamics we're in. And that's a dynamics that replicates not only in housing, but also in energy, product labeling, immigration, of course, it goes without saying. Yes, and behind that view of Europe, there is a very poor conception of Europe, because Europe is more than a number of organizations. Europe is a civilization. And there is another dimension I would like you to speak about, the impact of seemingly housing alien policies that are actually having an impact on housing. Could you tell us about green transition policies that have burdens and taxes that actually hinder job creation? What do you think? Well, usually, if we think about the victims of directives, we think of farmers, fishermen, and it's hard to see that this can have an impact on housing. But in recent weeks, if you read the newspaper or listened to the radio, you would have heard about a directive on energy that, as from 1930s, says member states will not be able to rent a home if it doesn't have an energy efficiency letter or credential, and then C. The same that happened with cars. So, yeah, the Green parties and all that are decided what cars you can buy and now what homes you can buy, and preventing you to exercise the right to sell your own house if you so want. And of course, the effect of regulation is not minor. We saw it in Spain, over regulation of the house rental market, and excessive regulation and the relationship between tenants and owners has caused a lot of people to suffer because they cannot afford a home, and so they have to let a bedsit or share a flat with strangers. And so if there are homes and houses in Spain that don't even have an energy credential, which further reduces the base of flats, the base of properties, and then people will complain and cry. Prices are going up. Of course they're going up because there are no properties. And there are more people looking to rent or buy. Right. As we speak, I am publishing or posting a story on Instagram. For a year and a half, me and Carlos Well, we were privileged to coordinate a group of people, and we worked on a housing economic program presented 2 months ago. A program which is basically a document, the result of a year and a half worth of work. There are a lot of pieces of information in the program, data, objective data, the result of an analysis. One of the pieces of information we included in the program, and of course, housing is fundamental, and it is a market element. If in a market there are very few properties and a lot of people demand and want to buy a house, the price goes up. And the other way around, in Europe and in Spain, for decades, the building of houses has been stopped or slowed down, and things are more regulated. There are a lot of squatters, so things are made more difficult, but the demand is growing. Why is the demand higher than the supply? Because population from third parties has been imported. You know, our population went from 39 million to almost 50 million in 2025. So that increase in population in a context of fewer births is obviously the result of imported population. You imported a brutal amount of population and you constrained the building of homes. What's the result? There are fewer homes, fewer houses, fewer flats or apartments, but more and more people need to find a home. If you have a look at the chart, you will see how brutal it is. And in recent years, that gap has grown exponentially. The fact that Spain's population has multiplied, and this is also the case in many countries in Europe, is the result of a migratory policy that doesn't consider ordinary people's well-being and quality of life. So, Maria, you've compared Spain at present and back in the 90s. I remember a time when people could live, a family could live with one salary only, and they could have good expectations, you know, having a better life than their parents. I remember, you know, a time when you could buy a home with a mortgage and not be in debt for the rest of your life. What influence comes from European policies in this respect and you know, for Spaniards at this moment in time not being able to buy a home or a family not being able to have a dignified life, to lead a good life? What happened? Well, I share with you that snapshot of society. We shifted from a country in which everybody aimed to have a car, a salary, and a home, and those expectations were fulfilled. Decade after decade, more people joined the middle classes, more people had a steady job, they could buy a home and could even buy a second home. You know, working classes could afford to and have an apartment on the beach or on the mountains. So those three elements came along with other things: education as a way of social improvement, people and families who had different economic backgrounds could come together and make progress, you know, the right to own a property, which seems to be so eroded at present. It's not a matter of privilege, a matter of being wealthy. Rather, the greatest element of social fairness would be the fact that the son of a manual worker or a person who had to move from Almeria to Barcelona, you know, after 30 years, they could afford their own place. And so they could give their children security, and those children could stay in the same neighborhood. They wouldn't have to shift or move schools, every now and then, because now jobs are so unsteady that people have to move about all the time. And so there is a decreased feeling of belonging. Middle classes in Europe had reached a level of socioeconomic development that allowed them to be able to make progress, but that's gone. That has vanished. Economic well-being has been eroded. Families' purchasing power is on the wane. They can't save. It's impossible for young people to buy a place, and so they are eternally victims to that in the market, and they can but rent or let a place. And then the cultural side to this, because if we speak about housing on the other side of things, when you go through the front door, if you hear someone say, I bought a place and I live by my neighbors, what happens in the neighborhood is also important, and people have been culturally removed their feeling of belonging. We were used to neighborhoods, to areas where people, workers, children felt at home. You knew the shops, you knew the culture there, people shared your practices, you would go to the greengrocers, to the grocers there, but everything has been eroded as a consequence of policies coming from the European Union and the application of such policies in member states, because the population of member states has been replaced. And so what you buy or you find in the street, you no longer find in the street. You don't have a home, you don't have a job, you don't have a car, you don't have holiday prospects, and you can't go out and down and find the people you were familiar with at the street, and that the European Union played a role.
So, Maria, yes, over many years it was criticized in Spain. Spain is the only country in Europe that the people are owners of their homes. Well, in Holland, in the Netherlands, everyone is renting. This is some information. In 2011 in Spain, 70% of population under 35 years old were owners of their homes, 70%. In 2022, 30%. So you see the rate of owners of their own homes has fallen under half, and we're just plummeting. Many of you might be thinking, well, financially, the investments on housing, it can be good or bad. But in Spain, being an owner of your home, when you retired, basically, you had been able to pay for your home, and basically, you didn't have to worry about paying your mortgage. You had a roof. But now, this is becoming less and less frequent. Now, we are starting to get to the first generation of people that when they retire, with a higher proportion of people that are not owners of their own homes. And this is outrageous, because at the end, the welfare state and its capacity to help you out, it's hindered, because we are not owners anymore of our homes. And this is not out of nothing. This is due because Spain for 30 years has been stagnated. 30 years stagnated. Again, another graph that we have here, in between 1995 and 2025, what is the trend of the purchasing power, the real income of every house in Spain. And Spain has been stagnated. In some other countries grow faster, others grow less, but Spain has been stagnated, as I said, 30 years lost. And any of you here today that 30 years ago were working age, you could be able to see that 30 years ago you could actually fill the fridge, you could actually make ends meet, no problem. Having 3, 4 children, it was reasonable. buying your house. But today, if you ask 30-year-olds, they will tell you this is just impossible. In Spain, and think about this, if you earn over 36,655 euros of salary every year, is on the 10% that earn the most in Spain. That's the situation right now. So think about one house, 3 children, with a salary of 36,000 euros, you can actually live. So basically, you cannot. Obviously, with that salary, you will not have 3 children. That's a tragedy. Yes, especially in large cities, Madrid, Valencia, Barcelona, Sevilla. You'll be able to see that. And you might think, well, let them go to live to the villages. Yes, many say that. But in Asturias, for example, back home in Salas, the village of Salas, we had this factory. There was an industry, Danone, dairy products, 300 people working and all the people from logistics. And there was a future, and that has disappeared now. And this is just an example that's multiplied in many municipalities in Spain with small companies. And basically, now we don't have that anymore. Again, and the cause of that is not, well, it's very highly linked to the policies of the European Union. Well, basically, distributing work all around the world and on behalf of, I don't know, bringing prices down to the consumers or energy efficiency, economic efficiency. They took the companies to other places. They took pollution and also basically all the empty villages, streets, companies that are not there anymore. And people have to leave from the inner sort of parts of Asturias, León, Galicia to Madrid or Barcelona, where all these opportunities are concentrated, and because they are forced into exile. And that's why prices of the housing are more and more expensive, because many more people basically have big difficulties in having a decent future. And in many of films and TV, and there's been a narrative, you should leave your village, this is all very kitsch, many traditions, just not too many people, you have to move to the big city, you'll prosper. And you, in the big city, you have this little room that you're sharing with 2 people that are rotating. Maybe you are sort of waiting in the toilet because there are 2 people in the shower. And that's the golden future that they were telling us when you would get to the big city. And I think that we've followed this quite, I don't know, if you stayed in the village, you were just a village person, you basically had to leave. Freedom is not doing good things, but just getting away from your roots, and that links to your land and to your people. And I think this is what has happened in Spain with housing and property. Spain was was a country of owners. Do you know which is the country that has 90% of owners? That's Hungary. You might not listen to that because they'll tell you there's a 90% of fascists. But Spain was very close to 90%. Now we're at around 70%. But if you break down into ages, over 45 years, I think we're over the average of people that are renting. And Spain was completely the opposite. Spain, Cyprus, Portugal, Greece, Italy, we were crazy because you own your house. When you looked at the Eurostat, the sort of the boring status of our countries, basically they were not paying a mortgage or renting because we had a house already. And this has changed completely because, again, in the background, there was this this omnipresent line of discourse. Why should you have a house? Well, you shouldn't have children. You shouldn't have commit to the same person. Why have a house? And linked to the cultural element, have you heard about, well, in Denmark, nobody owns their house. You just, I don't know, you just want to buy. That's very old-fashioned. You know, they divorce everywhere. You know, having a family, what for? You know, you have children with one, then you have children, you get married to somebody else. No problem at all. But in Spain, that structural, that sort of traditional structure has given us roots and has helped us to keep a culture for many years. And if it's good to other nations, the way they see life, that's great. But we're happy with the way we are and we've been. If I want to be an owner, I shouldn't, I don't know, I shouldn't hear from you that I'm old-fashioned, because in Denmark everybody's renting. But basically, people that have been insisting and banging on this discourse were not the Danish people. They were our politicians, people that were in political parties and so forth, but because they were saying Spain is the problem, Europe is basically the success, so we should stop buying. And that's the result here, right now, in front of us. In 2002, 25% were of their income, basically they were paying 25%. Today, it's 45%, and that's the average in Spain. That's what they're spending to pay their rent. So if you think of a youngster that wants to live by himself with an average salary, basically they would have to pay 103% of their salary to pay their rent and bills. So basically in Spain that does not work, as we've been able to see. So looking at this idea of getting rooted to your land, to work and having your house, you were, well, you know, you were mentioning the factory, the Danone sort of factory in Asturias, and I'm thinking about the groceries, basically the merchants that basically would be sort of working together, and it would create communities, and that has disappeared as well, Jose Maria and Carlos, and it has been taken away from every one of us. So basically, being owner of a house would make you stay in a place, getting to know the people in front of you, to the person at the butcheries and the corner shop, and it would be part of your background, of that world that we take for granted, and it's not so safe there anymore. Who are you going to ask the salt for? The Airbnb tourist next to you, or the person that doesn't speak your language and lives in front of you? If your child is in the street, because now we're all thinking, okay, children with one salary, well, now you need like two salaries. We are basically working all day. Well, the children are with their mobile phones and so forth. That's because before there was the street, and that was a safe space where children could play, and that's not like that anymore. So children are in their homes playing with their mobile phones. So Maria, okay, come on. So you are just uploading things into Instagram. Okay, this is what I've been posting, what Carlos mentioned. So if you know 100%, 103% of your salary that has to be allocated to pay your rent and your bills, without help, it's impossible. So I've just uploaded that to Instagram for you all to see. So at the end of the day, we have been swallowing that dangerous advertising that those from here that have been governing, the socialists have been governing Spain for 40 years, red and blue socialists that have been this two-party system that have been telling us that the problem is us, because we are not European enough. The closer we get to Europe, the farther it was. And from 2006, Spain is getting close to the average GDP in Europe. So very, very close. And from then on, we start to bring it down. And we've been falling since 2006. You know, we should be so European. They've been misleading us for decades. Well, they've been telling us lies, things that we had here, the industry here was wrong. If you're working on the shoe industry in Alicante, that's wrong. You have to bring everything from China. Those that would tell us that if you were working in a thermal station was polluting and you are to blame for the climate change and we have to bring it down. So all these traditional industries are disappearing because somebody told us that, yes, we were old-fashioned and we had to do things very different. And that's what we see. We are industry-less. No sort of industry fabric with gentrified cities. Yes, Madrid is closer to the large European capitals. Yes, but it's very difficult to live there. And that's the real situation now in Spain. Yes, that's true. But the large European capitals are starting to look like large European capitals. Yes, exactly. They seem to be the same one. You know where you are. Everything is the same in any large European city. But one of the characteristics that we can see in cities is gentrification. Also, ghettoification, just to coin a new term. And then in the middle, you have the García Pérez, the Spaniard, that has been working things that he was told to be doing. But the question here is that the Spaniard is right in the middle of, you know, prices that are so expensive, and on the other side, we have these ghettos that the Spaniard doesn't want to leave. So we're right in the middle. And that's maybe the globalization, the European Union, because we've been feeding all these two phenomena. You know, I don't know, speculation and insecurity. And in both areas, spaces, they are cornering the guy from Carabanchel or San Blas, the traditional quarters from Madrid. And then he finds himself without a neighborhood, and he cannot buy the house that he wanted to, and he doesn't feel that his neighborhood is recognizable anymore. So gentrification and ghettoification, just two terms that we can coin here.
Yeah, you spoke about the housing discourse and the view by intellectuals and those responsible for disseminating ideas. I was remembering something from those years in the past when everything was criticized. I remember the discourse on labor. The labor discourse, I remember it perfectly. People would say, yes, the worst thing that can happen to you is from having a steady job to working on the basis of projects. Yes, you may have more income, you will be your own boss and all that. And that false discourse about self-employment, which in the end resulted on poorer ways of labor, poorer and steady jobs, such as Uber-related jobs, etc. And ultimately, this resulted in uprooting and a lack of links with your territory and community. Yes, steady employment, would allow you to have a career, and so in the end be able to save and retire properly. And then industrial work, we decided Spain could no longer be an industrial country. Jose Maria and I, when we submitted our program, we studied things and we saw how industrial jobs were halved and in Spain. Yes, we decided to go in other different directions, and we can't cry now. It's not bad luck, it's not a pest, it's not, random and bad fortune. No, it's policies that resulted in this, that attacked the economy of Spain and Spanish societies, and that bore fruit. After 30 years without criticism, and the price has been paid by working classes. Yes, everything we're saying here looks bad, but we need to be optimistic too. Spain is a country that is creative, that has fantastic engineers, really great workers. The other day I was talking to a guy who handles heavy-duty machinery and was working outside Spain, abroad, because in Northern Europe, he's working in Northern Europe because he's got a qualification they don't have. So he's training people who are then to use as operators that heavy-duty machinery. And the same happens with Spanish architects, Spanish engineers. Spain had companies in construction, in the construction sector, with turnkey nuclear power plant projects, really world-class engineering, and that still exists in Spain. So if we manage to turn things around, if we manage to turn Spanish policy around, Spain would really hit off, would take off straight away, because we have the ability. It's like riding a bicycle, cycling, if you stop pressing the brakes, the same cyclist, the same rider speeds up dramatically. So what is stopping us? A political class that for the past 40 years has stopped us and stolen from us. Industrial production is falling in Spain. Agricultural production in Spain is falling down. The proportion of Spaniards who own a house is falling. But tax collection is on the rise, isn't it? All the time. Indebtedness is on the rise. Public expenditure is on the rise. So, in the end, who is taking Spanish people's efforts and sweat? Who is taking it from us? Who is taking it from us? The state? The Peugeot band? No, previous governments too, and previous governments, and the governments before those, and the governments before those, and those. And take into account, many people benefit from that, but they are not directly responsible for that. How come? There are more civil servants than self-employed people in today's Spain. 2 million people benefiting from social benefit, poverty income, as they call it, poverty benefit. Is not their fault. It is the public administration that gives you the check, isn't it? And that is dramatic. That is a tragedy, because our excess of production is being wasted and is not for the benefit of Spanish people. Thank you, Jose Maria. Yes, you are wondering why this happens. I also wonder how sad it is, many Spanish people become homeless too and have to live in the streets because out of unfairness and that unfair system you are describing. Now I would like to ask you about something else. It is hard to speak to people about national unity or Hispanity, the grandness of Spain's history. It's difficult to speak about that to people who are homeless, who can't pay a meal, who couldn't realize themselves, fulfill themselves. What would you tell those people? Ricardo, in that question resonates with something else, and a famous saying, if you can't come to terms with peace, it's because you don't have bread and justice. Well, during our analysis of all these matters with a great many people and experts, our goal was not to take a snapshot of Spain's economy and Spain's housing and to understand why we are poorer and why there aren't so many property owners now. We also aimed to point the way ahead, to be able to bring that type of Spain with the focus on a car, a job, and a home, and a country where you can have children when you are 30 instead of having to wait. So it is with those prospects that we also completed the study so that families can make progress, so that business can thrive. Businesses can thrive. And we presented the program with some master lines. Some of them have to do with public expenditure. Other lines have to do with the reindustrialization of Spain or other subjects, so that, a dynamic, flourishing market can emerge in Spain. But there's also an underlying matter which is crucial in our times, and a lot is said about right and left, patriots, non-patriots, and development supporters, those who want their country to go back to wealth, agriculture, but people want us, others want us to go back to the cave and have nothing, no home, no car, no job, no nothing. Post-Marxist left, and the degrowth subject, is now shared by Europe. They think it's better to produce elsewhere, to contaminate elsewhere, and so Europe will become an open-air museum filled with regulations and nothing else. But we suggest that through development we can go back to a country with cooperating workers, with workers that can afford a home. And ultimately, now that the myth of progress has fallen down, and for a long, long time we thought, we would live better than our parents and our grandparents, etc., but that is no longer applicable. And our job prospects are much worse. So we want a development trajectory to be brought back instead of focusing on that leftish idea of degrowth, overshooting, etc., etc. They want our hands to be tied up. Teresa Rivera, the former Minister for Energy in Spain, said in the conference of the parties, COP28, she overtly said, we need to open a discussion on degrowth and overshooting. Let's get that discussion back. And she did say it. And I think it's a hidden strategy of theirs, but she openly said that discussion had to be resumed. I'm trying to find the headline published by La Vanguardia at the time. And then a public person again talked about scarcity and the need to bring the scarcity notion back. Yeah, the end of abundance, the ending of abundance. But there are places already in Spain, many homes, where only scarcity abounds. 45% of tenants in Spain are at the risk of exclusion, and that rate is double than that in Europe. Antonio Muñoz Molina says, if salvation is possible in this world, it needs to bring the idea of scarcity back. That's what he said. This guy said that. So all these people living on an ivory tower, all those designing European policies with an official car, with an official driver paid for by our taxes, all these people talking about these things, with a really deep voice, well, you believe them in the end, but they're not aware that there are many households in Spain and in Europe who already have scarcity there. Many people have to have several jobs because they cannot make it to the end of the month. They can't earn, their monthly money. That's the concept of scarcity, and unfortunately is ever so present in Spain and in Europe. Conversely, we ought to bring the idea of abundance back in Europe. That's what we ought to bring back, the feeling that if you lost your job, you could find another job tomorrow because you knew employment was there and you were eligible for a job. Yes, Spaniards made progress at the time. That's the idea we want to bring back, the idea of abundance, and we've been deprived of it in the past 40 years of socialist governments. Okay, we still have a few minutes left. Coming to the last moment of our session, I would like to think more practically now. By the way, there is a T-shirt. If you visit the Solidarity stand, try and find a T-shirt with a slogan which reads, "Before it is too late." What is more urgent? What needs to be done now before it is too late in employment and housing? Right. The very top priority, in my view, which is a prerequisite for the rest, is to reduce a great many expenses now, straight away. Spain spends 42,000 million euros a year, 42 worth of direct funding. Over those under 100,000, you can't track down. So 42,000 million euros that you want to get rid of on day one. Well, some of them make sense, cancer research, for instance. It could make sense, except or unless the director of the Oncological Research Center had bought 3 apartments in cash. So, and Telefónica receives quite a few millions in subsidies per year, and the Ministry of Water Supplies in Morocco gets 60 million euros a year, and the Association of Judges in Mozambique also gets money from Spain, the Association of Judges in Mozambique. And all of a sudden, there is a public company in Spain called Fundación para la Diversificación de la Energía, right? Energy Diversity Institution. It manages subsidies for energy transition, and it gets 10,000 million euros a year. Sounds very little, doesn't it? Well, this company, this public company, pays water supply studies. So in Georgia, not in the United States, in Europe, and they pay that from our budgets. So that needs to be eliminated. We need to get rid of that, of these subsidies, and you may have heard about it in many economic circles. They say if we reduce an efficient political expenditure, what is it? It's peanuts. You can't do much. Well, autonomous regions spend on things other than education, justice, and healthcare. They spend yearly 186,000 million euros. 186,000 million euros. So, of course, we could cut that down. There is a lot to be cut down. So the first policy, the moment Vox gets to be in power, within 10 days, we will reduce unnecessary political expenditure straight away. Once we've done that, we will apply a brutal tax rebate, or all taxes on the purchase of your first home eliminated. It makes no sense for a person to buy his or first home to have to pay all that tax. And then VAT, all those taxes can be reduced and cut down so that Spaniards have their money in their pockets. Yes, Jose Maria shared quite outrageous figures, 186,000 million euros, yes, spent by autonomous regions. You know what the annual budget for housing is? 4,000 million euros. 4,000 million euros, and we're now talking about 186,000 million euros. We don't know where they end up being used, with all these subsidies. As far as housing is concerned, many things need to be done. But housing is all about people and houses, people and properties. And we have more people and fewer homes. So concerning the supply, yes, we need to fill Spain back with cranes and start building, because blocks of flats need to be built for families to have a flat, for families to have a home. And a lot is said about speculation, and politicians, policymakers are causing houses and housing to be a very scarce asset, because they don't give planning permission, they tax building processes with a lot of taxes need to be paid for if you buy a home, 35% worth of tax, So let's get hands-on, because people can't afford a home anymore. And of course, land regulation needs to be tackled so that building can be further promoted. In the 1960s and in 2000, 6.8 million houses, social council flats were built, council flats, or the equivalent of council flats. And a lot of people managed to buy their own property thanks to this formula that has been dropped out. In the 1950s and 1960s, a lot of protected housing or council housing was built, and that has changed a lot. That figure, that formula has to be brought back based on PPP formula, a public-private partnership formula. So regulations need to be revisited, particularly those by the left parties. And as far as rent is concerned, or letting homes, the supply of rented properties has been halved as a result of a great many regulations that prevent you from kicking a squatter out of your place, or that, these things that allow them to stay longer and not to be evicted from your own home. It all sounds very well, but it goes down very bad. And a person, if you were to find property on the website, if, for instance, in Chamberí, in Madrid, if you enter the portals on the internet, you would find a lot of places. Now, that number has gone down to half of what it was. So unless we commission and foster building, people will end up in slums. People would live in the street. They would be homeless. And of course, policymakers, those politicians that open their arms to people from abroad to come and live here, is not right. Absolutely. And people want housing prices to go down, but less than 100,000 flats and homes are built per year, while our population has grown by 3 million people. So, of course, the purchase of your first home needs to be given incentives, reducing paperwork, allowing young people to gain access to a home with bonds being given by the state, and facilitating a mortgage with lower interest rates. Of course. And not only that, the migration policy needs to be revisited. According to the Statistics Institute, the major concerns for Spain are housing and immigration. And that will not be improved unless we get more planes deporting people back to their countries.
This is a basic question, in my opinion. Well, people that are calling us, they just want a house, obviously, as we all want, and they arrive in Madrid, Barcelona, Málaga, Logroño, wherever they come, and they just want a house. And there is a pressure on and on and on. This is squalid market, which is the housing market, and this is raising prices, flats being shared. We have the record of Spaniards living outside, abroad. So no solution will be found if we do not think from both sides, actually, from an excess of demand and a lack of supply. And it's very important to consider all this, because we could get all the development companies and building companies. Obviously, the problem will be there. José María, would you like to say anything before we conclude? Well, I've just, we only have 3 minutes. Okay, I've just uploaded a post here. You can see the line of the Spanish population that is going down by Spanish mothers, and the total amount of people, children that are coming from abroad, immigrants. And yes, supply and demand here. Obviously, there is a good video. You can see that in Instagram. It's a video by Jorge Buxade speaking at the European Parliament, and he keeps putting balls of different colors with the different taxes that you pay for the first license, permission, then the construction, then the sold, then the transfer, and you end up paying so many taxes, and about 30% of the total price of a housing is taxes. Then 2 to 3% is just benefits for the construction company. Anyway, I'll leave it here. So, well, I think I saw this on Jerusalem. I think this message, an inscription, it's later than you think. And to be honest, time has elapsed very, very quickly. And well, you're young, you're smart. So thank you very much to both of my Jose Manuel, Jose Maria and Carlos. I'd like to thank all the people that have been organizing this panel, many people in the background, basically working in sound, technicians and so forth. Also the journalists covering this event. I think it's one from the La Sexta around there. Jose Maria Figaredo, Carlos Hernandez Quero, and I'd like to thank you all. We know 4 o'clock was a challenging time for siesta, and you've been listening to this conversation about economy, employment, housing. Well, it's 5 o'clock. It's time for bullfighting. Carlos Hernandez Quero hasn't eaten. All right. Only 2 people fell asleep. I haven't seen anyone, to be honest. So thank you again to all of you. Please give a big make a big hand to our 2 great panelists. Okay, let's stand here for a few pictures. Thank you. Well, good afternoon. First of all, I'd like to thank my dear friend Santiago Abascal, a freedom fighter, and Jorge Martín Frías for their invitation and allowing me to the honor of sharing here today with you in this event, Patriots for Europe. It's impossible not to talk about what happened with Charlie Kirk, a youngster, a fighter, and then he was assassinated because he was just defending freedom, common sense, and sovereignty. A situation that is becoming a pattern, as it has happened with Miguel Uribe Turbay in Colombia, as with the attempt of assassination to Donald Trump, previously Bolsonaro, a wave of violence against those who stand for freedom, sovereignty. I come from Paraguay, a land of principles and values of work, showing this model of sustainable development, honoring freedom, defense of their faith. Our Constitution acknowledges and protects the life since its conception, a truth that as a physician I understand. It's undeniably truth scientifically, because since the conception we have a new individual. It depends from the mother, but it's different from the mother. It has all the genetic information that with time and care becomes you or me. Our Constitution also protects the family and recognizes that as the union of a man and a woman, the fundamental pillar in our society. First, school, the first line of defense. But we have all principles because they are enshrined in our constitutions, because they were engraved in the hearts of the people from Paraguay. We defend private property as the holy right of every man and woman, that together with their family they can enjoy of the fruit of their effort in their hands. And we defend a model of low tax pressure, so the fruit of our work goes to those who are working. For decades we have been under an intense bombarding of foreign ideologies, threatening our families, our life, and identities, and we've kept firm as a defense wall for the values. We've been able to see from the other side of the ocean, like Patriots for Europe, they were defending issuing their flags and of freedom of our identity. And it's not possible, it's impossible not to celebrate the change, the hope that what we see in Washington and in other places around the world, with a hope to revert this flow of thought that goes against our identity, our families, against common sense. It's impossible, and it would be unfair not to recognize those who were firm, those who faced this tide, those who stood under these winds, such as you. So congratulations. The Spanish language. Oh, big applause to you. On the other side, we see your fight, your passion, and how you stand for these principles. The Spanish language has centuries of history, but their foundational text is the work of Cervantes, Don Quixote of La Mancha. The freedom, Sancho, he said, is one of the most important things that has been bestowed upon men from heavens. They are not like gold, the treasures from the earth and under the sea. So I'm here to honor these words from Cervantes, which are today as important as ever. The freedom versus the gender ideology. Freedom versus the ideologies, the woke ideologies, against the culture of death, as John Paul II called it, the freedom against abortion, freedom against those attempting to the families, the cornerstone of our company, of our cultures, freedom against the market, small tyrants of our time. We are convinced that we are at a crossroads in our history, and today is more important than ever that those who share those principles and values that are key for the Western civilizations, we stand together. A generation is rising, armed with the truth and ready to reconquest the soul of our civilization. And you can count on us with this battle for God, for our homeland, and for our families. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, dear fellow countrymen.
¿Estamos ya?
Sí.
Are we ready? Lina, you ready? Okay. Well, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you. Welcome to the last panel, Europe, Ibero-America, an agenda for freedom and against socialism. Let me introduce everyone here. I have Santiago Santurio from Argentina, one of the members of Parliament for Argentina. La Libertad Avanza, Freedom Advances. Please give him a big welcome. Also, we have Lina Garrido, a congressist from Colombia, and somebody who stood up to Gustavo Petro that had to run away. Also, Tomás Zambrano, also from the National Party of Honduras. They are combating constantly against the Castro's government. And Orlando Avendaño, a good friend of ours, a journalist from Venezuela, a member of the Disenso Association, and combating for freedom, a defender of freedom around the world. And you will give a big round of applause to me because at the end, hopefully. Okay, having said that, let's start. First of all, I'd like to, to make this interactive. If you want to interrupt me, if you'd like to mention something very quickly, let's make this fun. So, the situation in Ibero-America has changed quite a lot. For many years, we hadn't been able to see so many nations raising for freedom. Javier Milei, also Paraguay, also victory in Ecuador, but also there was another decision that could mean a change in the region when the Trump administration basically considered the drug trafficking cartels and considered them as terrorist organizations. And also the Soles cartel, whose boss is Nicolás Maduro, the usurper of Venezuela, when the Trump administration introduced him in the list of terrorist organizations. Also, we saw Argentina joining in, followed by Paraguay, Ecuador, and then in various European parliaments. Vox was the first European political party to ask for the introduction of the cartel of Los Soles as terrorist organizations, and many more countries. So first of all, I'd like to ask our panel fellows, because the Los Soles cartel does not operate only in Venezuela, because this cartel does not belong, Venezuela has been kidnapped by the Soles cartel, by Iranian forces, and by Cuba as well. But the Soles cartel is also around the region because this goes hand in hand with socialism. So first of all, I'd like to ask Lina Garrido, because President Petro denied the existence of the Los Soles cartel. So please, could you tell us, how do you see the situation, and also what's your opinion about the European Parliament? They're starting to rectify these disastrous policies and decisions, because many years ago, the EP was the first one to support the peace process, the so-called peace process that allowed the institutionalization of the FARC, F-A-R-C, and in the parliament. How is it possible that Petro said that the cartel does not exist? And how close is Colombia to recover, to reconquest freedom?
Jorge, I am so happy to be here today with you, to be able to tell you the truth, the reality in my country, which is so appalling. That war to fight drug trafficking and the Soles cartel with value put on their heads, Madrino López, Maduro, the president of Colombia, how come it's not recognized? It is so offensive to victims. It's so offensive to Colombians. Our sovereignty has been threatened precisely due to the attitude of drug smuggling and the cartel of Los Soles. But of course, it is expectable. What couldn't you expect? There are still many answers to be given by the government to Colombians. Remember, when the Minister of the Interior talked about 15,000 millions of pesos who went to the campaign of Mr. Gustavo. So all these questions we are waiting to have answers for explain the attitude, his attitude in defending his friend Nicolás Maduro. He knows the moment Donald Trump puts an end to these drug leaders in our region and the neighboring country, we will have fairer elections and guaranteed elections. But every day we are witness to how criminality resulting from drug markets are controlling our country with more than 100,000 hectares, producing tons per year. So this is not a problem with Colombia and Venezuela only. It is a problem for Europe, for the United States, because it is affecting the world, and that delinquency and criminality also funds terrorism in my country. So it is a transnational subject. So we are thankful for that resolution. Thank you, Germán, because if there is a silent response from my government in Colombia, at least governments in Europe and the States acknowledge the difficult situation we're in, and we are helped. You were sold a false process of peace, though, not us. Spanish politicians, yes. The European Parliament, the Socialists and the People's Party, yes. But don't include me. Yes, thanks for clarifying. Yeah, a false process of peace or peacemaking process was sold to you, and Juan Manuel Santos wanted to say he was handed over a country in peace. Lie. That was a lie. They took advantage of Colombians' generosity, and it's now clear no peace process would work. We shouldn't be complacent with criminals. We shouldn't make them sound romantic. The clan of the Golfo has taken control over many municipalities there in many territories, and Gustavo Petro seems to make them sound romantic. And you, after passing the resolution, you were also shown his threats, but he is friend to criminals. This government has given way to the conditions for them to become stronger. Territorially speaking, militarily speaking, leaders have been murdered, policemen and military have been killed, and those 12 died in a particular operation. He dismantled a lot of military infrastructure and the intelligence service, which took years to be built. And all this funding is for terrorism and drug dealing. So this is a call for the whole international community, for them to come with us in our fight against the government, because Gustavo Petro is an accomplice. He is the biggest accomplice and protector of his friend Nicolás Maduro, Diosdado Cabello, and Padrino López. And if that is not overcome, our democracy, our institution, and the lives of Colombians run at a risk. Gustavo Petro, by the way, was received in Spain in the Congress. Vox remained seated, but he was given an applause by the Socialists and other parties. Right, you ask the government of Honduras to define the Soles cartel as a terrorist organization. What stage are you in at this moment in time concerning that subject? And Honduras has bonds with Ortega Murillo. Could you please tell us about Honduras? What stage is Honduras in? Because we also know the president of the National Electoral Board was attacked. And is a clean electoral process guaranteed there? Thank you, colleagues from Argentina, Colombia, Venezuela, and dear friends of Spain present in this PATRIOTS Europe. I come from Honduras. Our bench is 43 members of parliament. The current government is with President Castro, but the boss of Honduras is her husband, Zelaya, who were allies to the dictator, to Maduro and Chavez before, with strong ties, because Venezuela funded them for more than 20 years and they were helped to reach power as all socialists get to power on the basis of lies, deceit, etc. And then they don't live up to expectations with the population. And in Colombia, Argentina, Venezuela, one of their slogans was to put an end to poverty. But then they don't speak about the poverty they are putting an end to with these socialists. They are allies to narcos in my country and in Venezuela. Some ties have been forged from Honduras. A delegation of rapporteurs was sent to Venezuela to evaluate things in the previous year. And the only country and other countries that sent rapporteurs who acknowledge the president as a legitimate president are those currently governing my country. They said the elections were democratic, transparent, legitimate, and the president was elected by the people. When everybody knew and acknowledged the people of Venezuela have been stolen their future. That's their commitment to Maduro's government. Besides, when the U.S. government announced they were going to increase the reward to $50 million, one of the few countries that rejected that was the current government. Apart from that, the General Attorney, Van Bondi, in the United States, declared in a conference that in Honduras, narco planes were flying over, coming from Venezuela, from the Soles cartel, sheltered by Maduro. This government announced extradition to the U.S. would be eliminated to protect themselves, because in our territory they allow them to fly over. These drug planes become a source of conspiracy, and they are scared of being extradited. That's why they put a ban. And as they oppose to declaring the Soles cartel to be defined as a terrorist cartel. On August the 28th, we reported on that. We denounced that in the National Congress, and many colleagues confirmed they would support our initiative. But since the moment we announced the motion on August the 28th, to date, September the 13th, no sessions were held in the National Congress. So they're stopping the operation of the Congress. Yes, it was an order by the government, but our Congress has become stagnant. No motion will be held because no session will be held next week. In actual fact, a session of the Congress has been announced, but only on a different subject. So even they will not allow the motion to be discussed, but we will keep on. Furthermore, now that we are hopeful to hear you in Spain, and I like the slogan, Reconquest. Reconquest. In Spain, in Argentina, Colombia, Venezuela, Honduras, and the other countries represented here, we will reconquer hope for peoples to believe in promises by the right and for them to aim for a better world tomorrow. We will reconquer liberty so that our countries do not become dictatorships, as has happened with socialists in Latin America. So we are hopeful that we will reconquer liberties for our countries to receive investment, to have employment, to reduce immigration, and for our citizens to be free.
Orlando, from Venezuela. He's gone to the TV program of Diosdado Cabello, this guy, this killer that is signaling you. What does it mean to you? Because I imagine that Venezuelan people many times might have thought that the sovereignty was at the tip of your fingers, reconquest your land. So what's your opinion about this situation? Also, María Corina Machado, we're sending her a big sort of hand from here. So what's your opinion about all that? Also, what's your opinion? Last term of the Parliament, the European Commission gave 400 million euros to Venezuela. Jorge, first, I'd like to thank Vox because there's no other party in Europe that has been so insistent with the Venezuela cause as Vox, such as Vox, with all what that implies. That's why the European Parliament recognizes the Soles cartel as a terrorist organization, and this is a very important step. The idea led by Trump, which is try to deal the Soles and Maduro as a cartel of terrorists. And the international organization needs to not to think about Maduro's organization as a totalitarian state, but rather a cartel that has taken power, and that's what Pablo Escobar wanted to do. That's exactly what Nicolás Maduro did. Take the power. So the situation of Venezuela should be taken with the police and the army. If Donald Trump or Marco Rubio were not in the White House, nothing like this would have ever happened. Last year, there was a big opportunity. I know that many of you saw this voting process with skepticism as something that could be manipulated, but that was fundamental. It was not an idea of winning. It's been a majority of Venezuelans since the beginning of Chavism. The idea was to prove that we were there to Petro, Lula, Sanchez, so no one had any doubts that these guys not only steal or kidnap our election process, but the whole country wants a change, and the companies, this way, basically they don't want. Venezuelans understand that that's the only way to face this regime, because they've suffered that on the streets. They've been killed. Anyone that wanted to dissent freely against the regime. So we're living high expectations right now. Soon, we don't know when. So the Venezuelans were quite uneasy about hopes, because there was always deception. In 2019, there was a great opportunity. Unfortunately, and in spite that we had Donald Trump back then, the local leadership was very mediocre. There was corruption, there was bad management, and basically the priority, the ambition of the political cause was not the freedom of Venezuela, but just this crony sort of environment. Last year, there was another opportunity, 28th of June. The Venezuelans came out massively to vote. We have to consider that there were lots of hurdles. We were threatened on the one hand. So Maria Corina Machado faced lots of barriers. On the other hand, all the civil servants were forced to vote for the regime. Venezuela is highly bureaucratic. In spite of that, the result was impressive. The proportion is 9-1. Basically, we could show that proportion. Even though Maria Corina Machado was very brave, we had never had that before. I'm not saying that there was a bad president. There was nobody in the White House. So there was a couple of sort of communiques, and that was it. So the leadership of Maria Corina Machado has resisted, and basically she has not given up, and this has coincided with this administration. So the moment is the right one, and the repercussions to the world, to the Western world, is going to be immense. I know that Europe is immersed in its own crisis, identity, cultural crisis, but what we see is that some extreme left parties are being diluted. And we're talking about organized crimes, which is financing the political projects that are threatening the culture in Europe. So even though they don't seem similar, different problems, they are related. And tackling organized crime in Latin America will have an impact not only in America, but also to the West. And that's what we are talking about today. And that's thanks to the current U.S. administration. Thank you very much. This is very important. Up to now, basically, we've been dealing with these people as politicians, but we have criminals right in front of us. Okay. Santiago Santurio, we're going to turn to you. Please talk to us. How can we reconquest the nation from the ruin of socialism, from corruption, the Javier Milei phenomenon that has boosted the region for a U-turn and a hope that was lost? The government of Javier Milei has broken through, has made a breakthrough. And also they had an important role in the liberation of exiled Argentinians in the embassy of Venezuela. So what are the keys to reconquest what has been taken away from us? And I personally should tell you that Ave Milei. Well, thank you very much for the invitation. Just to give you an example, imagine that you go to a court and you're going to declare before the judge, knowingly that you commit the crime or being innocent. Obviously, you would try to go being innocent because you have the truth and it's easier to defend yourself. That's exactly what we did in Argentina. Tell the truth, what we are. And the left always won lying. That's what they did. And the left says that the right is a danger for the democracy, but Venezuela, the left country, the left parties said, well, unless I see the reports and everything, I will tell you. Because obviously there's no polls because this is a dictatorship. Well, generating wealth is just a question of printing money. That's not the right. When you see the left economical sort of policies is to increase poverty. But what we did was to take 12 million people out of poverty. That's what the Milei government did, taking 12 million people from poverty. So that's what we do. We tell the truth. To understand what we did in Argentina and what the President Milei did was to tell the truth, to tell it openly, courageously, bravely, without a respect to those that lie. Let's imagine this. You can do a magic trick easily. All of that came here and make the press say that everyone that came here is women. How are we going to do that? I'm asking you that all of you please perceive yourselves as women. The one that says the opposite is attempting to their rights. So this is the level of absurdity that was ruling our country. And that's the problem that we have. How are we not going to win the left, the socialism, since we know that we have the truth in our hands? But basically, we have to train ourselves, we have to say it bravely, and we have to keep repeating that message. And I think that President Milei is a beacon for the West and for Argentina, because Milei said, if the people is badly organized, we just need to organize well. And Vox was an inspiration and a guide, what you had been doing here and you were conquering. And I come here to Europe, the values of basically of the West, the Greek philosophy, the Roman sort of rights and the Judeo-Christian sort of philosophy. That's what I just admire. And basically, Milei took people out of poverty, giving better freedoms, combat the communism and dictatorships, recognizing them as dictatorships. To the liars. Basically, if you mix a lie and a truth, you end up having a lie, always. So basically, we tackle them. Sometimes we do a step forward and then a step backwards, because this is not linear. The main obstacle with of the left with us is discouragement. And Milei was, people wouldn't hear him, and now everyone listens to him. So he continued doing that without discouragement. He would continue just doing things in spite of people just telling him to give up. If we do not lose heart, the left will never win. Lina, what about the encouragement of the democracy in Colombia? What's the situation there? Is it exaggerated to state that Colombia has gone back to its dark ages, to the previous years, to the Pastrana policies and years? So we'd like to give some support to the family of Uribe, but those that have been killed by the FARC forces. Is it exaggerated to say that Colombia is back to that point? To be honest, it's not. I think we're even worse than back then. That decade, basically, we were fighting Pablo Escobar. We had a name and surname about that criminal. Today, it's exactly the very same government that is promoting those criminals. So we are highly encouraged. We have the commitment to go back, bring back hope to Colombians to fight, because the battle against socialism is not just a political discourse. We have numbers in Colombia. We have to face about 20,000 armed men, and they are supporting that socialism. We're battling three more criminal, basically, groups. And their commanders have confessed that they supported Gustavo Petro for the president. The Colombians know perfectly that today we cannot give up in this fight, because in 2026, when we have to go to the polls, there's the hope. And if we believe in freedom and democracy, it's us who are going to well, we have some victims, such as Uribe, Miguel Uribe, and we thank Vox because they've been solidary, they've supported us, knowing that Uribe has been a victim of that polarizing narrative of war, of hate. And the very same president, Gustavo President, has inseminated within society. So basically, when he says that he has to, he unleashes this sort of sword from, and has to erase everyone that thinks differently. We know that the country needs that, because in 2026, these are going to sort of steal our country, and there will be no way back. So we know that there are 22 million Colombians. Radicals will be 3 million. But the rest of us have to go united, hand in hand, and go to the polls and try to get them out of the power. So those Colombians, the Colombians, it was very clear that the left, socialism and fake progressivism is a lie, and it's a threat to our country. It's not what they tell you. We are ashamed when Gustavo Petro travels around the world, spending the money of the Colombians, telling lies, and then mixing with the problems of others, when he's been the main promoter of violence in his own country. We're talking about killings every day. More than 600 kids recruited. They are not telling that anymore. Before, in the past, they would go saying like they're killing us, and now we're asking them, why are you supporting them? Why are you supporting these forces? They've been kidnapped, they have to pay for this tax, war tax, and they're not telling that story anymore. The reality that we are living in the last days of this government, this incompetent and the president, basically it's proof enough to understand that this is not the future that we Colombians want, and we here standing united and putting our lives in danger, being threatened without any protection for the opposition, with somebody like Miguel Uribe being killed. So we'll stand here to defend freedom and stand for our country before the lies from the left. And we've been able to see that it's just a lie, a narrative. They just like to steal, to polarize people, and that's the Colombian left. That's the fake Colombian progressivism, when they use every flag, every political sign and everything, but at the end of the day, it just shows the responsibility, the mediocrity, because that's what it meant in Colombia. But when Uribe went to term, in an early failed state, we know that we have the possibility and the commitment that we're going to bring the hope back to our country and impose the peace, because the criminals cannot be more impune anymore. There will be no more peace processes and lies anymore.
We want that deployment by the United States against the Soles cartel to have repercussions, and for that war to fight drugs to be led by us. And Israel, with their intelligence, as they did with Pegasus, to come back, because they do have good commanders that they can put criminals in prison. Okay, yes, fantastic. That's what I want. Well, to me, I don't know if you will understand me. We shouldn't be psychopathized, if you know what I mean. We are accused of being violent because we say a woman is a woman and a man is a man, but they kill their government, they kill Charlie Kirk, and we are told we are cruel. We are the sensitive ones. We sympathize with victims, not with those that cause victims. We sympathize with citizens. We protect honest people. Otherwise, they seem to take on the narrative that the left is always the goody and we are the baddies. So, yes, the truth stands with us and we can't let them do that. And what about you? Well, we need to understand that socialists and the left don't like dialogues. They don't speak with the truth. They don't respect majorities. Socialists kill, socialists shoot, and socialists impose themselves on majorities. They also indoctrinate our youth. They've done so for many, many years, feeding them with hatred. And so families that fight for democracy, they wanted to kill Bolsonaro. He will be imprisoned for 70 years. Uribe was killed. Charlie Kirk was killed. Villavicencio was murdered. And they will continue doing so because the left parties, socialists, are not afraid of God. They would do anything to stay in power. Beware in Spain and in Latin America. That's why I invite you all, politicians, but also those of you fighting for their families, in spite of threats, in spite of attacks by the left. When we criticize them. Don't remain silent. You may not believe it, once you are with your families, but you can do your opposition work too. You can use your mobiles to awaken peoples. We are one step away, as Orlando said. Once Maduro falls, the ending of socialism will start worldwide, and we will see Spain, Latin America witnessing genuine democracy. But we will be extremely responsible. Those of us who are Democrats and right parties, we will have to be consistent, do things right, live up to the people's expectations, and generate wealth and opportunities long awaited by our peoples, because the left reached power because the parties on the right failed, because they lied, and so the left took over. But people are now awakened. Nobody believes the left because they do always the opposite they promise. and they are far worse than previous governments with right-wing governments. So good will prevail. Good will prevail. I am convinced, I am confident we are here for our people. On the other hand, socialists are evil and will certainly destroy freedom and democracy. Would you like to continue? I am an optimist because I think we have now realized there is a huge difference between us and them. Violence, paradoxically, is being used by them because in the end they know that identity, sovereignty, all these concepts defend themselves because that's what we need to resort to. We need to safeguard and protect our communities. We need to strengthen our identities. Why? Because the right parties, well, we need to know there are sacred questions out there that cannot be solved. So unlike them, we believe in that. Why do they kill? Because they are aware they committed crimes, because inevitably the left turns eventually into criminals. But on our side, in spite of their crimes and in spite of them killing us, we are still here, because if we have hope in Venezuela, is because the spirit, the soul of Venezuelans still shelters an untouched will to stay firm and hope for freedom. Because if Uribe is killed in Colombia, the followers will take over in the fight. And yes, being a politician, unfortunately, in Latin America means exposing yourself to assassination, to murder. And yeah, it is your life that is in risk. And if we are hopeful, because last year in July, he was shot, but they failed. And a few months afterwards, he was a candidate in the elections. We know this is greater than us. We are accountable for those who will come later. We are accountable for our legacy, and we're also respectful of our predecessors and our ancestors. So the project is so grand, so great. Western civilization is so great that it needs to be safeguarded even with our lives. This is greater than all of us. That's why globalism is dangerous, because it puts an end to identities, and if identities vanish, there's nothing to stand up for. But I can see a lot of common elements, a lot of bonding subjects, and you mentioned the need to defend identity, sovereignty of nations, to protect them from immigration, illegal immigration. It's not just a matter with Europe, it is a world thing, isn't it? Yes, let me add something before. Those of us in a conservative circle who are accused of being anti-democrats, well, democracy by definition is conservative because it conserves, it preserves a legacy, a constitution. We are all heirs to a constitution coming from our ancestors. So being Democrats means being respectful of the legacy for your people and for a prosperous future to be built. So, and sovereignty has been attacked by all international organizations where people who were not voted by anybody, who don't live in the specific country, make decisions about people's private and public lives. And apparently that is the governance model, when a democracy model is precisely a representation coming from the people, voted on from the people. And when you are part of that world governance, decisions are made on the basis of their own interests. And besides, they are corrupted, they are crooked, and even if they weren't crooked, they are not legitimated to make such decisions. The same applies to private property, the same applies to sovereignty. How can you impose rules on others? I am prepared to take care of my own culture. And there is an author who speaks about democratic cultures. So somebody wanting to go to a country may be received by that country, but with conditions, with some conditions. If you want to emigrate to a particular country, it's because of their conditions, because of their language, because I will observe your religion, because I will respect your culture. That will be a way of welcoming him or her. But it would be different to impose a culture in a violent way and against your own values and traditions. And we are accused of being violent, of being irrespectful. How come, having a cross on a wall is irrespectful? But if we do it, well, I was born in a Catholic country, and the second article in my constitution so acknowledges my country is a Catholic country, so why would a cross on a wall be something to be punished? So it is the people that defines themselves. What is the situation in Venezuela? It's what they claim for. It's not what we say. And what we say is that Venezuelans said something which is different from what the government said. So they are not being observed and respected their own autonomy. That's the problem with Venezuela. And so we say Venezuela is being sort of manipulated by other countries, and defending democracy and sovereignty is something else. We're about to finish, just 10 minutes left. I would like you to... Something happening outside? I don't know. Could you share some final comments, some lessons to take home with our audience? Tomás, Santiago. Right, the fight we are to pursue, and you did it, and you are an example, Vox, and motivation for us. Building a legacy for our children. The wealth of our nations, is a dangerous good when socialists come to power, because they love to wash it away, to wash people's hope away, to spendthrift, to increase public expenditure. They love it, and they use their flags on the grounds of people's dignity, but just as a way of settling in power. Thank God. Thank God, because when it was imminent for a socialist to reach the government of Colombia, that gentleman became the worst individual due to his personal emotional disorder and the fact that he's sort of disconnected 4 days a week. We have had more than 60 ministers. They still blatantly, they are cynical on our face. So that was the biggest proof and evidence of how deceitful socialists can be. They are liars in Colombia. So thanks to that, the examples we lived here with our neighbors, the Republic of Venezuela, and I wish the Venezuelan people get freed in 2026 to try and avoid once more, as socialists, leftists, to be back in power. Something was made clear. Once they reach power, the weakness of institutions is revealed and can be seen. And in Colombia, we need to come back to power, go back to being a government to try and rebuild a nation that is divided, that is injured, because Colombians are something else. We are not what they want us to be seen as a representation of the Colombian people. People need to be guaranteed equal opportunities. Social fight is a feature with us, not of them, those of us who love justice, democracy, and institutions. But we need to reinforce democracy, because Gustavo Petro, a criminal, how come he's still in power, legally speaking? He's so blatantly terrible, and he builds on people's pain and sorrow. But socialism in Colombia should be a driver and motivation for us to bridge the gaps that allow people like him to be in power. We in Colombia, we are ever so hopeful to become an example for the whole world that the left cannot come back to power in any of our nations on the basis of our courage, on civic courage. I'm talking about we will overcome our fears, our risks, and we will face the bullets, the fake narrative, the drugs, coke, the drug traffickers, and we will beat them in 2026. Martin, okay, my turn, very briefly. Two thoughts. Well, first of all, congratulations, Patriots and Foro Madrid, because you bring us together, you make us come together and united, and we are to learn two things. We need to stick together and continue fighting these initiatives, because the left parties stick together and the leaders become stronger in doing that, and that we missed, that we didn't do in the past. But you've done it as an organization in the past 4 years, and we hope your organization becomes stronger in the near future, so that we can have more presidents in Patriots in other countries. And then an example came from outside. Yeah, these people shouting outside, a minority making noise, we can hear them. We can hear them distinctively. So we are to make noise too. We are to speak out. We are to raise our voice, speak up and defend our families and our liberties and our democracy. And in Paraguay, there is an example. In Paraguay, I asked how many people are against abortion or same-sex marriages, and our children, since kindergarten, are taught that is not to be implemented in the world. They have flags, they have things they expose, they show, they have branding. In Paraguay, I ask people, and I ask you in Spain, how many pro-life flags do we have? How many pro-life flags do we use and show around? How many can you see in presidential venues or seats? So if we come together, if we speak up, we will beat socialist and radical leftish people.
Orlando. Venezuela is going to be free. I have no doubt at all. Now we're seeing the liberation process of Venezuela. It's been a long process, hard, and I think it's coming to its end. When Venezuela is free, Europe, allied countries in Latin America as well, will get a formidable ally to combat all those mafias that are corrupting financially. And they will give us all the information you have from Zapatero. And, well, this basically judiciary system brings him to court because he's been part of this cartel as well, because Zapatero is a counselor of the cartel of Medellin, because serving Maduro is basically, he's a civil servant of the regime from Maduro. So this eventually has to conclude, and Zapatero will see justice here, there, the United States. I think they're going to take his visa away. Anyway, Zapatero will be jailed and Venezuela will be free. Santiago, we're closing with you. Well, I think the message here is that if we have the truth, if we defend the truth and the beauty, we have all the elements to win. There's no excuse here not to combat, and we have to understand that politics is a combat. Sometimes it can be armed, as we can see in these situations generated by the left. There's no an excuse, there are no resources, they did this or that to us. There is no excuse for us not to defend the wealth and the beauty, the rights to life, goods and property. So if each and every one of us can do what we can to defend the truth, the goodness, to disseminate beauty, that is the cultural change that we must do all around the world. We have to understand that the politics is part of a larger battle, which is the cultural battle that has to be made in all areas, and I think Vox is quite clear about that. That's why these events are so important. What we write, what we publish in social media, what we do in the streets, in the media, however little it is, if we are attacked. Milei, for 5 years, he was talking about in TV with anyone, and most of Argentinians were saying, well, he has his right and everyone is just lying to him. That's how he became the president. Milei didn't have any resources, he was not part of the media establishment. He was able to win in Argentina, and for decades was governed by socialism. This can be replicated around the world and with Ibero-America. No excuses, we have to keep working. God is in our side, He will give us the victory. Thank you very much. And to close, yes, Reconquest starts with the union of all the patriots, and all of us in Spain and in Europe will do whatever is at our hands to try to avoid whitewashing of these regimes in Latin America. So thank you very much.